And we are live. Oh, interesting. It did that through YouTube that time instead of doing it through OBS. Huh. Well, hello. Hey, everybody. Infinite, good to glad to have you. Kiko, good to glad to have you. Ray, good to glad to have you. V, good to glad to have you. Infinite, good to glad to have you. Demins, good to glad to have you. Hunter, good to glad to have you. Light, good to glad to have you. Ray, good to glad to have you. I think that's just about everyone. Hi. Yeah, we're going to be doing Pandemonium today. Finishing out, we're going to be doing Pandemonium today. Also, I'm going to say this at the top, but I'm also going to... I need to change it for tomorrow. I can't actually do Mists of the Realm tomorrow, so we're gonna have to be doing that either on Thursday or Friday, as I have a doctor's appointment I forgot about. But I gotta fix it. That's the second thing. Dark Horizons, Boiling Sea, Pandemonium, all demons, chaos. Eco, a wave to you. Hello, lovely people, to you as well, Ray and V. Infinite, Demins. Time to see if I can finish Blue Quest before this starts. I believe in you, Demins. Hunter, hello to you. Good morning to you, Light. Howdy, Ray. I'm disturbed by the lack of pandas. Pandemonium. I would love to do the AE, I just didn't have time to fix that. Raven, good to glad to have you. Realm, good to glad to have you. Yukio, good to glad to have you. Okay. So, friendly reminder if you'd like to join us. I think V, or I don't know if V or Ray will be handling. I think it's V will be handling getting our party together. Obviously, we've got a couple of cutscenes to go through before we get started, but we're going to do that. Though, yeah, there V over there with the wave. I have a thing I want to show you guys first that popped up out of nowhere today. Slow-mo, guys. This is gonna be a random sequitur. I'm sure it's gonna feel like it, but I'm going to pull up a video that just came out. The slow. And we're not going to be watching all of this, I promise. But there is one thing I want to show you, which is that the slow. Oh, I have the slow capture up. Perfect. Okay. So they did slow-mo capture of a CD cracking in the microwave. And why that's important is because when they slowed it down, it looked like a particular something. Yeah, so let's frame by frame on this one. Kind of looks like Dalamud. Like, straight up, like, if we pull up, like, the answers, like, straight up looks like Dalamud. I'm not crazy. This just popped into my feed this morning. I saw that, and, yeah, I don't know what to make of that. Make of it what you will. Dalamud was the microwave the whole time, yeah. Why am I hearing answers in my head? Yeah, exactly. AC, good to glad to have you. Looks like a tombstone, yep. Oh yeah, Raven, are you feeling better? Feeling way better a few days ago. Okay, good. Des, good to glad to have you. Oh yeah, I'm sorry your PC's still broken, Raven. Okay. I think one of the devs must have put CDs in the microwave while making food, but that's the interesting thing is that if you look at a CD after it's been burned in the microwave, it doesn't look like that. It's only when it's done with the slow-mo camera. So, Dalamud is attacking from intense heat and energy from within. I mean, yes, but that doesn't... An egg can be cracking with intense energy and heat from within. It doesn't mean it looks the same, right? Okay, sounds good, Des. Yeah, it's 2:30 now. We'll get started in a second here. We want to do a little bit of a roundup. Here's my question to you guys: has anybody here not done Pandemonium, or has anybody here basically not only done Pandemonium on patch? Because I will say I have not replayed Pandemonium, nor have I rewatched most of its cutscenes, other than mainly for. Well, I guess I rewatched the cutscenes when I did the recap for Abyss or Asphodelos and Abyssos, which reminds me I need to do an Adabasios recap. I'm in the midst of trying to get an actual editor to help me because I have been more tied up with real life responsibilities for the channel to have as much content as I'd like. But yeah, none of that's new. Y'all know. You don't need to hear me spout about that. And I do actually have someone who's doing some preemptive editing, so that will be exciting if that works out. Black Flame, good to glad to have you. I just skipped cutscenes to do my static at the time, so it's pretty lost during the first 4 fights. Holy moly, okay. Yeah, and if we have more people than necessary, we'll rotate them. Sounds good. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, I'm gonna go head over to Charlian then to at least get started. I'm trying to think if there's any like preemptive context that it would be helpful to talk about. I guess I should remind people that Ultima exists. Ultima, the deity we fought at the end of the Evilisian raids. Again, I guess that's what we're gonna talk about. We'll talk about it real quick as a sort of quick warm up. At the end of Evilise, we fought Ultima, who is the High Seraph, who created a bunch of aura sites with a bunch of like the Duma and the different things that were able to corrupt people by having some of her power within them. If you remember, like what happened to the guy at the end of Ridorana Lighthouse, or the guy at the end of Rabbinaster. And they were even also used to good effect by the warriors of the Zodiac Braves, who we fought throughout the first part of the Orbone Monastery. Also, how's audio? But what is important to remember is, so there's that, and that she has created Aura Sight. Her name is Ultima. Also, there's the Ultima weapon, which within it sits the Heart of Sabik, which, what's a good way to show that off? Here, I'll just pull off, Ultima weapon. Okay, so if we look at the ultimate weapon in 14, let's see if we can get a picture of his chest. You can kind of see it here. There is up top here. There is a piece of aura sight that sits inside his chest, kind of like how Gaius' armor has a piece of aura sight that sits in his chest. Gaius Van Baelsar. You look at his armor, like all the Legati have this piece of Orsight here. That is important to the weapons questline. We're not going to talk about that, but same idea. The Heart of Sabik is what has the power to cast the spell Ultima, which is an incredibly destructive and powerful spell. Worth remembering. Let's just say Heart of Sabik, maybe relevant to this whole escapade that we're about to go on. Little game audio is a little high. Okay. Perfect. Let me bump down the game audio just a little bit. Okay. Let me know if that's better. Wait, Guardians use Aura Sight besides Ultimate Weapon? Yeah. So here, I guess since we usually take about 10 minutes, let's go over. We can go over this real quick. Let's pick a character. Xenos Stormblood. If you look at all Legati armor, some non-Legati armor has it too, but if you look at Legati armor, you will notice that there are pieces of Aura Sight, usually in the chest. You can put up, oh, here, I need to back on. You'll see there's a piece of Aura Sight in the chest. Regula Van Hydris. If you look at Regula, he's got one in the top part of his chest. If you look at Gaius, we already pointed out. Nail Van Darnus. We look at Nail. You can see it right here. So these pieces of Aura Sight are basically data collecting units. They're also meant to represent the Garlean Eye, but they are basically can actually collect data the same way that a soul crystal does, right? A soul crystal is effectively a piece of Aura Sight. Aura Sight's a really interesting chart because Aura Sight technically is a de-aspected crystal, or is a de-aspected crystal in nature, and it can be synthetic or it can also be organic. So they're kind of weird cases because soul crystals technically can be manufactured and also are crystals, but not necessarily referred to as Aura Sight all the time, but effectively they're Aura Sight, so in every way that's meaningful. So what the distinction is to me between them is yeah. Aura Sight is basically just a effectively de-aspected crystal in which information, spells, or something is stored. We've used white Aura Sight to store Ascian souls inside of them, right? We've used Aura Sight has been used to store the memories of Gunhilda. Her blade is made of Aura Sight, and as well as the primal. Aura Sight can be used to house memories. It's used we've got the the soul vessel is a piece of Aura Sight fused with Algan blood that can be used to store a soul or and more memories within. So Aura Sight is effectively a storage vessel for Aether. is the simplest way to explain it, which is why you can hear the term auracite, but it's 12 different things, right? What is white auracite? Effectively is just auracite that is white. Like, there's no seemingly hyper unique property to white auracite. It may be that white auracite is particularly dense in such a way that it allows for the storing of something like an Ascian soul. That may be a unique property to it, but it's never specifically communicated to be such. But yeah. And soul crystals are effectively just containers for memories, and with those memories also etched upon their surface, allowing for the acquisition and channeling of those memories for their knowledge to be used by other parties. Okay. You know what the hardest to beat tastes like? It tastes like death. Yeah. Volume didn't change much? Okay, cool. I'll tweak it more. Let me turn myself up a bit. See if that fixes anything. Okay, let me know if the audio is better. Hey, howdy, hey, Darth, good to glad to have you. I honestly thought those were just some weird ocular motif. I mean, they are a weird ocular motif, and most of the Legati don't know they have a purpose. But if you remember how they had collected all the data of all the Legati in order to use for the weapons project? That's where that information was coming from. Dr. Bellish, good to glad to have you. Auracite seems to be a junk drawer term and confuses me sometimes. Yeah, it effectively, it does have a specific meaning in that it is a crystal used to house and contain something, be it memory, a spell, or something else. Hey, Zenro, good to glad to have you, and thank you for the $5. I can eat now. Yes, I'm gonna order a sandwich. Yeah. Your observers are dying time DNA. Well, join us, Crave. Join us. What exactly is Auracite? Is it like an aether crystal that makes people crazy, makes them transform? No. So actually, I know we're taking a bit of a time to explain this, but I actually do think this is going to be very important. Auracite inherently does nothing. Auracite contains something that does something. So the Auracite of Ultima contains aspects of her power or her spells or some manage, and that is what creates the Lucavi during the Evilisian stuff. It's not the Auracite itself that has power, it's what is contained within the Auracite that does what it does. That's why white Auracite doesn't like turn you into a monster like the Duma and all those things. And yeah. Raven, thank you for the 14 months. Enjoy your emotes. Elio Feds, do super chats to also keep him hydrated and warm. I do need to get a cup of water at some point before we start. No, I wanted to take part in the raids, but gotta work. Oh, I'm sorry, Stuart. Good to see you. Glad to have you, man. Voice needs a boost. Interesting. That's weird. I'm literally turning down the desktop audio. Okay, I'm just gonna turn it way the heck down. Let me know if that, if the game audio becomes basically unhearable now. There's a theory that the Oathkeeper, the Sword of the Paladin Order, is made of Auracite. Yeah, I mean, based off of the giant block it was hewn from, it's possible. I don't think that's the case. I think, because effectively Oathkeeper and what it's, the soul crystal is where all the power from it seems to come from. I think it's just it could be a highly ethereally conductive sword, the same way that Giant Skull is used for weapons. But you know, so are Memoria crystals not the same as Auracite? They don't appear to be the same. No, Memoria crystals are not the same because Memoria crystals are aspected crystals. They are container vessels, but it's, how do I put this? Memoria vessels are in effect the same in that they are a crystalline structure created with such purity and ability to house and contain something, in this case specifically, the astrality and souls of Voidsense. So in a practical sense, they are on the most macro level, the similar if not the same. However, the nature of their use and construction makes them different, which is why they are denoted so. So it would be the same way that while, how do I put, while a car and a plane can both get you somewhere and you can sit inside of them, they are still very different and worthwhile, denoting that they're different. Make sense? Raven, thank you for the $5. Oh, now you can buy a drink as well. I'm getting a Sprite. Yeah, 14 months time goes by fast, yeah. Hey, I have a question. Yeah, if I'm trying to learn the lore of 14, do I start with one encyclopedia or play through the game and take notes? Yeah, Zenro, great question. I would 100% no question emphatically say play through the game. The thing to understand about the Encyclopedia Eorzean is, so there's 3 of them, only a new one just came out. And the first one is covering Heavensward and A Realm Reborn, the second one covers Stormblood, and the third one covers Endwalker and Shadowbringers. Here's the thing. 80% of what is in them is already in the game. 90% of what is in them almost is already in the game. They are absolutely 100% supplementary materials. Playing through the MSQ or replaying through the MSQ is a much better fundamental baseline, in my opinion, than just reading through these, because they are dry pieces of text that'll just give you facts. If you think just getting rote facts thrown at you without an ability to contextualize them is helpful, then potentially reading them could be useful. However, I would say that having a fundamental understanding of the ways things interact with each other, the MSQ gives you far better. For instance, playing A Realm Reborn teaches you a lot about Ishgard and Alamigo before you ever even arrive there, a la Heavensward or Stormblood. Yeah. Remember, they can also imprison primals in them, if I remember lore correctly. If you mean the Memoria, yeah. So, based off of what Unukul High says, they could contain primals. Now, it's possible that the creatures that... they use the 4 term, right? They use... they don't use icons. What term do they use? It's the 4 term. Espers, right? No, that's the 12 term. They use a weird term. Anyways, but the... Zero uses it too. The Memoria, it seems like there isn't a necessary limit to what the Memoria can contain as an ability. Seems to be able to be used on even those things that... It's not clear if something has to be a void sent and highly astral or dark in nature for a Memoria to be used. Eidolons, thank you guys, thank you. I knew I wasn't gonna remember it. Yeah, most of the lore in the books is somewhere in the game as well. I recommend playing then, looking the book to refresh, see what you missed. Yeah, the books are very much... It's not like WoW, which I'm not even trying to throw a cheap shot. I'm just saying it's just not where to like... There's not missing information in the game that is in the books to any meaningful degree. There is some slight supplemental or reclarification of certain points in a different... The exact same thing is said in game, but it's just said slightly differently, and that extra clarification can be beneficial from that. Honestly, if you want something that's not in the game that that is information, the short stories are better, and all of them are free and online. However, I would only recommend reading the short stories each, there's about between 5 and 10 short stories per expansion, depends. I would only read each short story as you finish each expansion. So for instance, read the 5 A Realm Reborn ones. Actually, the Tales of the Calamity, to be fair, you could probably read before A Realm Reborn. But I'll just say, the short stories you don't need to worry about reading until you've replayed the MSQ, or definitely until you've played the MSQ. I hope that answers your question. Feel free to ask any more if you've got any more, Zenro. Or if there's any further clarification on that. Go Master Mimicry second phase. Okay, I'm just going to get a final call out. Is the audio good? Can you hear the game at all? You can make Elio say something instead of... It's true. If you give me money, I'll say something about that. So Zenro, if you're a Raven, want me to say something silly, I'll say something silly. Neither is a more retcon in lore books. You can't stop me from throwing shade at Chronicles. I cannot, but no, there really are. There are occasionally recontextualizations more so than retcons, but honestly, all of them are in game. I can't think of an example where the books really retcon anything. I may be missing something, but I can't think of an example. Game is really low, but I can hear a little. Okay, perfect. That's where I wanted it. Okay, so let's move you back up now. Okay, I'm gonna start here. If you guys need me to make the game more loud as we go, just tell me. Are you curious if mobby cheese exists? I'm curious in every way about the moblins, and honestly, the fact that they seem to be a big part of Kozumauka makes me really wonder if that we're gonna get a talking Gabi and Dontrell. Think that helped a lot, thanks. Awesome. Without further ado though, let's get started on Pandemonium. Can I get a hell yeah? A potato from 2 ankles. Musico, good to see, glad to have you. Some Gabi booms or something. Oh, yeah. To be fair, though, Crepe, that wasn't actually a retcon as much as that was a genuine error when they wrote it. And they even said so before EE2 or Stormblood came out. So that's more just errors. And there are a couple errors in throughout the books, for sure. Hell yeah. A Moblin friend and Doncho will be hype. 100% relish. Mixes, good to see, glad to have you. Okay, let's get this going. Appears my calculations were correct. I knew that at this very spot I would encounter none other than Elio, the hero who saw us through the final days. So certain was I of my math that I stood here for... Well, let's not concern ourselves with that. I'm NemGG, assistant to one Professor Claudian. We worked with the Aetioscope to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our capabilities to unravel. The strange crystal we but recently discovered, for instance, defies our every conjecture. You've been to the center of the star and far beyond it, however, so we hope that you may see something in this crystal that we academics do not. I beg you lend us your well-traveled eye at Aporia. Professor Claudian will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Oh, NemGG. I will tell you, there's no better way to actually remember characters' names than have to write a synopsis, because I don't think I ever even like... I usually read over names and just like process characters' looks as like a way of storing their information a lot of times. But when I had to actually write the Abyssos and the Asphodelos synopses, I just wrote NemGG a whole bunch of times and it stuck in my brain. No, not special cells. These are my special cells. Yay to the yeet. Welcome, welcome. We appreciate any insight you can provide on the matter of this crystal. Professor Claudian will share the particulars with you. As I live and breathe, it really is you. I assumed NemGG was simply attempting to pull one over on me, as it were. Perhaps I should pay more heed to her wild claims. I'd also find it funny that NemGG made a joke about waiting there forever, because it's... On Elio, I didn't play her until I've already finished 6.55 talked to her, so... Female. NemGG is a lady. Greetings, Elio, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure NemGG has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I'm Claudian, leader of this little research collective. I must admit, I had been nervous about the meeting ever since NemGG set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there is no greater an honor than to meet at the first man in history to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale. The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other in Charlian, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single man, we must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from him, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the Anti-Tower in the Dravanian hinterlands. There, we spoke with Hydaelyn and learned of the fate that would befall this star, the final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and through the Aetioscope did we encounter our vigil. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during routine observation. It appeared before us, suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals, by orders of magnitudes, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets, and now we would have you see it for yourself. Grumpy, good to glad to have you. Brian, good to glad to have you. Here is the crystal in question. If it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. A convocation crystal, or at least in style. Oh, they do point it out that it's convocation. This is the memory from 5.3 of talking to Hydaelyn. Also, if you notice the color of that crystal, just point out that it looks a certain blue. To be fair, it actually kind of looks more tealish, like Emeralds, but looks like a certain shade of blue, like a certain one lahab red. I know these crystals. Something abides within this one. Like memories. As I thought, you do know what this is. Please, tell me everything. I'll have to start from the beginning, but this is going to be a long story. Once long ago, when the world was sundered, there was a convocation of 14 individuals. Yada yada yada. I see. The Ascians used these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations.
Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards in the battlefield, or storied stones passed from master to student.
So what NMGG is describing right now, memories of martial techniques manifest as crystal shards in the battlefield, that is the crystals of things like Bosya and Eureka. I mean, I don't know, logograms effectively are that, although Bosya even more specifically. But then the storied stones passed from master to student are soul crystals. Because the crystals of the convocation, effectively, there's no real difference between a crystal of the convocation and a soul crystal. They are effectively the same thing. It's just what's contained within them.
Comparisons between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor?
Makes me think of a time. Ascian memories, windows through which we can gaze upon the convocation of 14. Unlike the crystals in Elio's story, this one does not bear the mark of a convocation. Who, then, could these memories belong to? And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? And more importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea?
He's having a moment again. Professor Claudian.
Yes?
I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there is a propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time?
What? Yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry. I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. I can relate to Claudian. If anyone message come. Pandemonium, please. Faces, grave threat. Star in danger. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? A warning. A place called Pandemonium, and the star is being in danger. Pandemonium. 'Tis not a word I have heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. It also can just mean chaos. To be fair, all demons comes from Pandemonium being used in Paradise Lost. It is the castle isn't the right term, but it is the den. It is the vast complex created by the demons or the angels cast down by God in Paradise Lost. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystal memory to hand. Nemgg Rusano, I entrust their procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from the crystal, I entrust their procurement to you. There are more memories to be extracted from this crystal. We will find them. To be fair, so it comes from all demons, but then it has come to mean chaos because of all that. So it does mean chaos, and that is definitely a way to use it colloquially. That's mostly, I think, what most people would use it when they say, like, this is pandemonium, they mean this is chaos. But the core root comes from that. As for you, Elio, there is a person I would have you seek, the one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip far into the past, to an era before the Sundering. I knew of only one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. I must confess that the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and the veracity has been a subject of much debate amongst my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is fact. So I ask you now, return to the past, Samurai Jack. Find out what and where Pandemonium is, and if we need to be concerned by this message. Thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again soon to share our findings. Knowing what we know about the end, somewhat of a humorous statement. Yeah, quite literally all-encompassing demon, well, you know, yeah. Pan-demon, all demons. There was an interesting question someone had here. I got a question about Picto. Are we gonna get a glowy colors like the ones we saw from trailer? Because I don't want to be that glowy. I'm so mad with it. Vixus, what I would point out is that it depends on what you mean. If you're talking about the ones from when it covers the screen, no. If you're talking about the ones we see in it, yes. However, I would point out to anyone who has a problem with those effects have been, versions of those effects have been in the game since as early as Stormblood, and some of them as far back as The Realm Reborn. So if you're mad about Pictomancer in particular, the game has already had all of that in it, and it's not, this is not wholesale new out of nowhere. For instance, I don't think I have the emotes on Elio, but the paint emotes are a fundamental mechanic in 06. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know that that necessarily helps. Like, it may not make you less angry about it if it upsets you, but I feel like it would be the same way that people could be upset about there being future tech stuff in the game when Allag has been a part of the game since the beginning, you know? It's also worth pointing out that the graphics update is coming, which also is going to affect things. I would say, here's what I would point out to many people. You have to understand, so there were people mad about Gunbreaker, there were people mad about Dancer, there were people mad about Red Mage and some of its effects, and the like riposte and all that. I'm not saying, there were people who were like, kind of like, a little like, oh, Reaper's too edgy or station. I'm not saying to invalidate that frustration you feel. All I would say is give it more of a chance give it a chance, because especially how it's synthesized in the game as a whole will tell a lot. Yeah. But no, there was another interesting question in here. It does beg the question, were those crystals common in the ancient world? Well, we know the Convocation app, we know this one was created. AC, you're saying from an implication of Hythlodaeus' shade vary, but what line are you using in particular? Because the implication from Hythlodaeus' shade to me is that the Convocation would create them, and that they were that sometimes they could have been crafted by others. But I don't know what any that was very common about that. I wouldn't say very. I think the capability should have been there, right? There's not really anything that should preclude anyone with the power, like creation magics, from being able to do so. Yeah. Nemgg is so cute for someone who condemns your friends to an eternal torment, savages. For those who don't know, the savages for Pandemonium are Nemgg's fanfiction, like just straight up. Let's get to the world unsundered and meet a friend from long ago. For the first time. I'm mad because the colors are so bright. I hate to see it like this. Vixus, what I would recommend is wait till the graphics update in particular because that's going to grossly change it. Also, again, for the colors being bright, I would point out that, like, you know, there is a lot of other saturated colors in other spells. So, like, yeah. I mean, again, you know, or, like, emotes like this existing. So, I mean, again, that may be like, well, I hate that exists, but... But I could go on a whole diatribe on Dawn Trail stuff. So instead, let's carry on. Oh, I bet you, do I have to go to... Yeah, I have to go... Right, they want you to go to the Ocular because they want you to run into... They want to do the cutscene. Warriors 2 done. Victo LB3 just dumps random paint buckets in the camera, yeah. You're telling me a Popito is the cause of all my pain? Color me not surprised. Yeah. Yeah, what else is new? Thank you for answering. Yeah, anytime. No, that was meant for someone else. I mean, Red Mage Level 3 is the meme to this day. For flashbang, yeah. Red Mage is a bit flashy, yeah. All I would preach in general is in 14... Like, here, let me put it this way. Solution 9 for me is a little too cyberpunk. I am absolutely giving it a chance because how they execute on it and how they make it look in its full context integrated with the rest of the story and everything else super matters. Because if you had shown me as this law, but not like... If I hadn't done coils, if you showed me as this law, I would feel a little bit of like a... Whoa. You know, or because remember, Haz's Law was a huge reveal. It was they hid that from people when Heaven's Word came out. You know, Amrot. You could look at like, wait, why is there like just New York in the 1930s under the water, right? Did they just straight up do Rapture, right? But the context really adds so much to it, and as well as like how it's integrated. So, all I will preach is give it a chance. Into the Ocular. Don't you know some colors are only perceptible to art students? They always say stuff like Gunbreaker doesn't fit the game, Reaper's too edgy, Pictomancer's too bright, Necromancer's too cruel. God damn it, Infinite! God damn it! You can't do this to me, Infinite. You can't. There's reasons why I stand by. Necromancer is not like an aesthetic issue. I have no problem with Necromancer aesthetically. It's the... God damn it. Yeah, and to be fair, NSK, also good to see, glad to have you. That was true of the reuse of the 13 enemies is also in coils, right? Tons of 13 enemies in coils. But yeah, exactly. Now we take it for granted that, like, you know, Azaz Law is, like, you know, like everyone and their mother. Like, Azaz Law, of course that's normal. If receive this message... What's curious to me is I wonder if canonically this is supposed to imply that this is, like, from a canon standpoint, our first return to Elvis. Come, Pandemonium, quickly. Or is the implication that by holding the stone to it, that we are returning to a very specific point in Elpis where when we crash into, like, is it that it's syncing the time so that we crash appropriately into, well, our next friend, who the Endwalker credits totally hid who it was. Did a great job. No question. Not even a little bit. A good old bump on the noggin. Oh, Elpis, you're so beautiful. Also, people had a net problem with Elpis. Ugh. Could it be? No, of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. He told me a falling star would appear before me. And I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis's observers.
Also, can we just, like... I will never not find it funny that Themis... And look, we all know it's Elidibus. Like, no one didn't know it was Elidibus who was paying any ounce of attention first time through. Okay, maybe that's unfair. If you had played the MSQ and you had paid attention when you heard his voice, and that it was not... there was no surprises as to who it was, as far as I'm concerned. It will never not be funny that he has, like, the deepest voice of all of the Asians, and yet is the child. I also have an interesting point to talk about his design later, which I think will be interesting, but that'll be later.
My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis's observers. Rather, I am come here on an assignment, which has been more or less routine up to this very moment. Tiny boy, big voice. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what you brought here, for it is plain that you do not belong here, or any place I know for that matter. I'm a Zem's familiar. It appears my initial impression was not so preposterous after all. I did not know my friend had such a unique familiar at his disposal.
So to a question that we've talked about a little bit elsewhere, I do want to point out that he's not stating we look directly like a Zem, but he does mistake us for a Zem, which could be due to the color of our soul, or could be a byproduct of us aesthetically looking like him. However, as an Elysian, obviously if you're a Popoto, you don't look like the ancient Zem. Like, there may be something characteristically, but clearly between the irises and, you know, the size.
If you are here at Zem's behest, then I believe I can hazard a guess as to your purpose. You're here to investigate Pandemonium, yes? If so, we may be able to help one another. But first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull?
Maybe a Zem has precognition, maybe a Zem already knows our fates and how things are going to play out because Vana has told him?
Yeah, well, okay, I have a crystal, and it called out telling me of a place called Pandemonium. Somewhere exists like that here in Elpis? I see. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand this is an uncommon occurrence.
Or perhaps we meet a Zem at another point. I don't think that's the case, hopefully, but...
I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours.
Yeah, definitely relish. It makes me sus too. But I think it's more interesting the more ambiguous it remains.
Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear that there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandemonium.
So, there is an interesting problem with that idea, Relish. But I think you're right. I think you're right that Vana confided in him. But we can talk about it after this.
The facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the words of La Habrea. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Several days ago, however, a natural shift in the flow of its surrounding aether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandemonium ceased. I am here as a representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation and have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we should do next?
You're so happy for the new lamps. So I 3D modeled the lamps, and I'm currently doing some test 3D prints of them. Here, let me actually, I think I have.
So for those of you who don't know, one of my many jobs and things I do is making 3D models, and this is gonna be this is gonna look weird because the tree supports are still on it, but so this is the base, and I have a 3D printed resin layer that's gonna like slot into these parts, and I'm gonna put an LED in there, and then I'm gonna be able to hang up the grape lanterns around as set deck. That'll be fun. But yeah, to engage with some, because I do think it's worth talking about some of these things. So if Vanad did talk to Azem. So to some extent, Azem knew what was going on because she refused to join Hydaelyn's convocation or the convocation of the Ascians, effectively, right? But Vanad only knows up to what we told her, which means she cannot know about our time in Pandemonium because that didn't take place from our chronology until after we've already left Elpis and talked to her. Ergo, it cannot be that she knows anything about Pandemonium. So for Azem to know anything about Pandemonium, it could not come from Vanad. There are a couple possibilities. Precognition to some extent on Azem's part. This would also explain why Azem joined neither group, as he knew his sacrifice was necessary in being sundered in order for the worlds to go on. Alternatively, he's just a troll, and it worked out well. Alternative to that, at some point, someone does convey the information necessary for events to turn out as they do. Yeah. But she knows we show up because Elidibus saw us. So, Relish, Elidibus does not have that information, right? Elidibus has that memory, but I saw him, but I did. But that's Elidibus confused because he's, for one, forgotten that memory. And two, I'd argue that Elidibus's confusion there is, whether intentionally or not, a really good justification for whether or not players did or did not play Pandemonium. Because you could argue that it canonically, the reason he's confused about why he did but didn't see us is because if we didn't do it, it makes sense. But I don't think that's the actual intent there. But remember, she doesn't know that. Like, Elidibus, she doesn't know about... Here, let's go out on a limb. Let's say Elidibus at some point does tell Vanal all about this, which doesn't make sense because she's always already cut herself off from the convocation by this point, right? And gone off to do her own thing. She, however, let's say she does know about these events from La Brea and Elidibus, which is perfectly fine. That doesn't answer why Azem does. That doesn't answer how Azem knows about it beforehand. Yeah. Oh, take a break, Raven. You know, he missed all those attempts to reach Azem. My guess is never got Vanal's message in time by headcanon, at least. Oh, sorry, to add AC. Makes it so much confusing over the events after the final days before the sundering. Why did Azem dismiss both convocation and Vanal? I think there's a couple answers. One of which is that if Azem does know how things are going to play out, knowing that he has to be sundered in order for the Warrior of Light to exist. Alternatively, what Azem has always described that, like, Azem's role and the Azem who plays that we know in that time, who, you know, always goes out and does their own thing. You think about the Grapes incident. You think about how they interact with the convocation, and they like care dearly for their friends. But he would not be, based off of his description, would not be willing to go ahead with the Zodiac plan. But also the convocation, the Hydaelyn's convocation plan is also drastic. Maybe necessary, but also drastic. And it could have been that he wanted to, they wanted to seek out a better way as well. Zem up there playing 5D chess. I do suspect that Strip to Albus predates the MSQ one, but I wonder if they deliberately left it a bit vague to have wiggle room if anything had to be changed. See, and so it's interesting, SK. The one problem with that is that, oh, thank you, is that sandwich. Is that from a mechanical level? Is that the case? Because obviously the quests and the other things have happened. Like you can see like the actual quests on the map. That could be just that's like a mechanical thing, or you could argue, well, those quests could have been available at an earlier point as well. Well, we should keep an eye out on that, see if there's any evidence to suggest one way or another. Also, there was an interesting point about FF2 somewhere back up here. This re-series having a lot of FF2 references is so fun. Yeah. Not only we have Ultima and Pandemonium, but Mateus as well, considering La Brea. Yeah. Wait, is Mateus in... do they use Mateus as the name for the Emperor? Because I always think Mateus is 12, right? Okay, let's continue. We're going to take too long, otherwise I'm I'm already going too slow.
Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. Would be loath to part ways from the falling star. The falling star I had been waiting for so long. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with the friend I mentioned earlier. He had also noticed the anomaly near Pandemonium, so it only seemed natural that we should investigate it together. However, he eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities, it could raise questions, you see. I decided to go alone, but he left me with the words, "Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you." While I could not comprehend this meaning at the time, I believe now I understand. He does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, his hints of what to come are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say that I am grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the words of La Habrea for entry into Pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Anagnorisis.
He was just the Emperor. Okay, yeah, Mateus was the name for the Emperor. Okay. Yeah. It's the canonical name for the Emperor, yeah. I don't know what, I don't even remember where because I played original 2. I don't think I played the Game Boy. Oh no, I did play the Game Boy 2 as well. And it is also the name of La Habrea's opposing esper. Yes, yeah. If we're talking about the Scions of Light and Dark from 12, yep. Everyone here knows about the Scions of Light and Dark from Final Fantasy 12 and Tactics and stuff, and why that's relevant to talking about the Ascians and the Ancients, right? Because if not, that's also something we should go over at some point. I've got a sandwich. Thank you for paying for the sandwich, guys, and thank you for the drink. Appreciate you. It means I don't have to eat more of Deadpool's dog treats.
I sent a request for permission before setting forth to Elpis. With luck, we shall not be waiting long.
Okay, we'll explain that in a bit then.
What a fascinating etheric signature.
In accordance with the Convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandemonium.
I shall register your aether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please.
Now that was a painless process. I take this as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigation together.
Also, V, do you have a party together? Because I just realized we're actually getting pretty close.
Of course, while you may have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions at all times.
Those who conduct their work within Pandemonium are called warders, for their role with respect to the creatures within.
Okay, sweet. Thanks, V.
Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Habrea has deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring them within the facility. Those who spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles.
For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandemonium is a frightful place.
I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray, do so with the utmost haste. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from here.
Then I take that it means you have detected nothing amiss of late.
The warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in aether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if there were anything worth worrying about.
I see. It appears La Habrea is kept well abreast of the goings-on here, then.
I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem quite familiar with Master La Habrea. Do you know him?
Do I? Yes, we've met once upon a time.
That a mere familiar would have the honor to meet Master La Habrea. He is not known to easily afford others his time, so you must be extraordinary indeed to be granted even a moment of it. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the convocation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work.
And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandemonium. The naos that will take us there is on the eastern bank of the Lathe. Let us delay no further. Man, just wants our company to know.
Lahabra really not dodging the supervillain look. No, not even a little. Not even a little. Funny that Elidibus, who brings us here for the MSQ, is Themis, who brings us here for the raid. Yeah. Yeah, definitely some interesting parallels for sure. Might as well call it Castlevania. Yeah, look, ain't no one, P4 ain't fooling no one with that Alucard looking ass. Damn right, we're extraordinary. Okay, because this actually is, I think, going to be relevant for some further conversation going up, we're going to really quickly go over the Scions. In Final Fantasy XII, there are, well, technically 13. Just bear with me for people who know better. 12 Scions of Light and Darkness, the corresponding pairs for each. The Scions of Light, the Scions of Darkness are the names for all the Ascians and where their names come from, other than Ultima, because Ultima was one of the Scions. Or sorry, I may be flipping that. They may be the Scions of Light, but I'll pull it up in a second. Scions of Light and Dark, FF12. Yeah, so the Scions of Light are, yeah, sorry, I got it flipped. The Scions of Light are the Ascians. So there is Logriff, the Transcendent, Mitron, the Chestier, Emet-Selch, the Angel of Truth, Pastorat, the Night Star, Fandaniel, the Protector, Ultima, the High Seraph, Halmarat, the Arbiter. In 14, instead of Ultima, one of the Ascians is Altima. Here, I'll just quickly pull this up to go over this real quick. So that's what this is, right? And the 13th is Zodiark, the Keeper of Precepts. Kind of worth thinking about, right? And then Ophiuchus is the symbol for it. So notice that Ophiuchus is Elidibus' symbol. Also, there is a person named Elidibus who is able to summon Zodiark in Tactics? I think it's Tactics. But what's also interesting about Zodiark FF Final Fantasy. Let's pull this up real quick. So this is Zodiark in Final Fantasy 12. It's the symbols of Fennicus, so it's the serpent, right? You have the serpent here, but it's also like almost like a child being cradled within. And why that's also important is in another interpretation of it that exists in, I believe, the original Tactics, which is it's like an angel, almost like an Ophanium with almost like a nascent child, almost a fetus within, which I think might be part of the inspiration for why Elidibus is so childlike in depiction. But so that will provide some good context there. Superior, good to go to have you. So just hopefully that explains everyone why that point. Also, the Scions of Darkness you may have seen there. You see those in Final Fantasy 12 in general, as well as when you've done Bosnia or Eureka. Things like Belias is the corresponds to Logriff, I think, and on and on and on. And Mateus corresponds to La Habrea. And so that's what people are talking about the correspondence between La Habrea being involved with Pandemonium, because Pandemonium was a dungeon from a version of Final Fantasy II, and Mateus is the name of the Emperor, so they're being kind of, Mateus is not there, but La Habrea is there. It's like, there's a whole interesting mishmash.
I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but is it true that you too have met La Habrea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. We shall come to know each other in time, I'd wager. Or else, why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh?
Oh, that's an interesting point, Infinite, to consider. Also, if any of you catch any other Final Fantasy references that I don't point out, please feel free to put them in the comments. Okay, so who really liked... Oh, right, I didn't get it toasted. That's fine.
It is much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought the ethereal regularity not nearly so grave as a portent as I had imagined. Alas, it was a fleeing and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable.
This is also kind of what I mean by, like, while Soul Sight in particular may be somewhat rare to its full capability, even just the fact that he can say the ethereal trailings of Pandemonium being off is an example of the way in which Ancients, I think, can sense things about people that are not just based purely on their physical form. Yep, is that the Food Zenro bot? Yep, the Food Zenro and Raven bot. Also, okay, who really liked Pandemonium, and what was your guys' favorite tier? Like, Anabasios, Abyssos, or Asphodelos? And it can just be aesthetically, it doesn't have to be mechanically.
Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone or something is tampering with the protections, is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could from the moment we arrived. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. The silence in the air speaks volume. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. However, there is something you must know. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protection will rapidly crumble before the forces assailing them. Were there any other way, I would gladly choose it, but let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope that I can rely on your strength to see us through.
The request doesn't come as a surprise.
Of course, you have my promise. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of my magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your Aether as a basis for illusory allies that will fight at your side. Perhaps 7 shall do? Not exactly an army by the looks of you, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Then so shall it be. Now, what I wonder awaits us in Pandemonium's pitiless halls.
I don't know why you're talking about Wonka Superior, but I agree with your estimates on it. I've seen it too.
Asphodelos, the first circle, now accessible.
Yep, I think that's a fair thing, Relish. Dude, Scream is my favorite song, no question. If we're just talking about music, and Abyssos wins for me, no question, not even a question. Thank you, V. Oh, cool, we got a full stack.
I cannot say for what awaits us. Let's make ready for the worst, and we shall not be taken by surprise.
I wonder if I've been doing this. I've done this one so many times in Savage, and I haven't done it in normal in like a year or more. Oh god, it's so nice to finally be able to do Pandemonium and Elio. Yeah, Scream's such a bop. I'll try not to sing along when we get there.
The world unsundered, Asphodelos, the first circle.
I'll save them! I must! Notice the element of La Habrea's mask on its head.
This appears to be one of the warders we seek, but I'm afraid he's in no state to answer questions. Perhaps you can bring him back to his senses.
P1S is a great intro savage. It's challenging, but it's very fair and very straightforward. Only 2 mechanics in it are like really challenging. That's change and intemperance. Ah, look at you guys.
Order of the Condemned, Erechthonios.
Food up and let the what? Why is my glam broke? Well, that's fine. I'll fix it later. Let's kick some ass.
I must save them, but first... Run all you like, but my chains will catch you.
Probably give it more of a modulated voice since he's in different form.
You will go no further.
Oh, there is a knockback in normal.
Drag them onto the depths, O chains.
I know some of you have specifically told me you hate these mechanics, but boy, do I love mechanics where you have to look at the boss. I don't know why I find them fun.
Be assailed by ice and flame.
Okay, starting with fire.
Your bones to ash, your flesh to ice.
You mismatch elements. If you got fire, you want to stand in ice. If you got ice, you want to stand in fire. And each time you get hit by it, it swaps. God, this goes so fast with current gear.
You leave me no choice. I cannot allow you to run free.
If he's casting light, stand on fire. If he's casting fire, stand on light.
I will lock you away once and again, forever.
I wonder if the theme of this fight is chains.
Chains to bind you.
Let it break at will.
No, the lives of my colleagues are at stake.
Hey, good job, guys. Nico, good to glad to have you. I do love that element of La Habrea's mask upon his brow. It's so good.
Flames take you. Ice bind you.
Yeah, I see, definitely. Go ahead and sing it. It's good, too good not to. Yeah, definitely, Realm. Awesome. Great job, guys. On to the next one. Who's ready for orange? I know that's not the second, that's third, but who's ready for orange when we get there? I know some of you still have P3S trauma. Penny, good to have you.
That was a thrilling display, and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors I spun from your aether fought even more splendidly than I had anticipated.
You see that, guys? Themis is giving you a round of applause. Can I get a round of applause for all of you?
I had anticipated, I suppose, that they were cut from excellent cloth after all.
Y'all great clones of me.
We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears the robe of a warder, and I would be very curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen.
Definitely, Leonard. I definitely agree with that. And to be fair, maybe we yet will. But definitely, I think that's a great example of, it's a great design.
The accursed Firebird.
P3ST. Very good infinite.
Elio, he stirs.
Yeah, especially if you've done Anabasio Savage Infinite, those quotes are like stuck in your soul.
These are my special cells.
Okay, actually, well, no, I'll wait till we get to the fight for that.
What came over me? It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation. Anger. I leapt at you, though I knew not of your intentions. Pray, accept my apologies and my thanks. Had you not knocked some sense back into me, I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. I am Erechthonios, a warder of Asphodelos, Pandemonium's highest layer, and the place we're in now. One must wonder why you were so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandemonium? The creations interred within Asphodelos have been set free, and stalk its halls to no end but violence. That is not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level of Pandemonium is under the charge of a keyword, who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master La Habrea is absolute.
I will also ask, here actually, you know what, I can look at his crystal. For anyone who knows the Esper signs and Final Fantasy XII, and also, I guess if you know La Habrea's sign, I'm fairly certain that is the symbol of Belias. I may be wrong, and someone please correct me if I'm wrong, it's like Mateus or something. But, or not Belias, sorry, the symbol of like La Habrea, not Belias, but La Habrea's, I'm forgetting which characters. But all the facial signs of the different, the Ascians are based off of the sigils of the Scions from Final Fantasy Tactics and 12, the Evilesian Espers. Mateus is La Habrea's Esper. Okay, thank you. That's what I was forgetting. Thank you, Leonard. Yes, so that would be Mateus' symbol. Yeah, no.
Yet something has gone terribly wrong. Try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized that I had become separated from my colleagues. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards, only flashes of rage and fury. Then, blackness, from which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. I see. Your senses may have been muddled by magics that affect the mind, perhaps the self-same ones that saw you separated from the other warders. Whatever had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you have come here from the surface must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray, tell. Horror among horrors. So Pandemonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual or individuals that released its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge will avail us little, however. We cannot ascertain their identity. Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to receive word of what has transpired here? What measure would they take? Doubtless they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandemonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps it would be wiped from the existence entirely.
Also, I love the use of the Amaranthine theme with the sound of the clanking and chains in the background.
As I thought, were the creatures to escape into the outside world, then there would be untold carnage. The words of La Habre would never risk that, despite what value their research subjects may hold. All this more reason to work with haste. If we can't expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. I'll not leave them behind. You would go alone. I won't leave the other warders to face certain doom. I know they fight for survival, even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all cost. And so I must do the same. Themis, I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please, say not a word of this to the Convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Erechthonios, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds.
The Warrior of Light would beg to differ.
That being said, our investigation has only just begun, and we would be remiss to turn back ere we've made an exhaustive survey. So for the time being, there's slightly more than resolve to rely upon. I knew you would be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than the last. More and more you remind me of my dearest friend, which goes some way towards encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion.
Yeah, with La Habre, Leonard, yeah. I love 99% of the time the way 14 does references. When it takes a thing and reinterprets it, sometimes very abstractly, sometimes pretty directly, to make sense for 14. I'm hoping, I'm looking forward to that with what their version of how they make Vana'diel part of history in Dawntrail.
So you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. Protective magics of Pandemonium yet hold. For the moment, time is in our favor. Let's proceed upon the course you and Elio have set upon. Themis and Elio, yes? Thank you. The warders owe you a great debt already. We shall be glad to have someone familiar within Pandemonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Now, let us turn our attention to rescuing your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates, in case any have followed you out.
To be fair, NSK, I would say that I don't think what they do with the Warrior of Light is that bad if you look at it in general. I think there are some cases that are, but I think if you think about most of the cases where we're actually incapacitated, it's because the jump has gotten on us in an extreme way by someone else of matching or greater power, or even like getting captured in the Bloody Banquet, right? It's not as simple as like just fighting off guys. It's also, you know, the geopolitics of what's going on, which is just a random example. Yeah, we have long since become a shonen anime. I feel like that's reductive. Maybe people will get mad at me for that. I feel like that's reductive. But my cases around that are overly, maybe unnecessary. I love Neathar's Water is one of the rare pieces of music that really gut punched me the instant I heard it. Do you think the face build as Zem could be based on Vanna's appearance in 12? Could be. That'd be an interesting idea, AC, definitely for sure. I beg to differ, Themis.
A raging gale to rend you asunder. Thy end. Yeah. All those Golbez lines are great.
I feel like there's another point in here that I missed. Oh, it's just Ray. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support. Check out for our Patreon at patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. Thank you, Ray. I love so much how the series works references to the point that I was working on a whole as Google Doc analyzing the references in analogs FF2 and FF Tactics despite Pandemonium. Lionard, if you ever want to share that, feel free to pass it to me in the Discord, in the Eorzean Archives Discord, because I'd love to take a look at it. No. Yeah, and NSK, I see you have forgotten that regardless of my knowing that you were, like, joking, which I do know you well enough to know that you were joking, you have forgotten that I still engage within its face value. The Shonen tournament, yeah, and we are literally getting a tournament arc in Dawn Trail, looks like, so to your guys' point. But it's good to have you back, NSK.
It seems our investigation will be quite the ordeal after all. Still, I find it hard to believe that La Habrea knows naught of what has transpired here. Whoever the mastermind of this crisis is, they do not lack for power and cunning.
I've seen some, from people I've talked to, AC, 9 and 10, I think, are the two biggest, and maybe some 13. 10, 9, and 13 would be the places I would go, from not even like an aesthetic, just a thematic level. But Dawn Trail, we should just have a whole Dawn Trail stream for talking about that, because that'll be something.
Not a sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor wanderer has made it this far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the warders and creations both? Naturally, although they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor or untold hours of study go to waste. I dare say La Habrea would smile to hear you say such a thing. That is, if we had cause to report this incident to him. Smile? I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth. Ah, so you've met before. I was under the impression he rarely visited Pandemonium. I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility. That is to say, La Habrea's predecessor in the position of Chief Keyword. Her name was Athena. She was a researcher within the Words. It was she who appointed me to this position, in fact. I see. I did not know there was a Chief Keyword before La Habrea. Your motivation to save your research subjects is not entirely driven by duty to the Words, then. You wish also to preserve the work of your mentor. You've the right of it. I'm lacking in ideas of how to go about that, however. I'm a mere warder and cannot wield internment magics. But of course, I can hardly expect you to be versed in magics we use here. If you recall, during our battle earlier, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Interment is a more refined and powerful magics based on the same principle. While both are used to keep our subjects docile, only the keyword of each tier is permitted to use internment. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect.
You did use it on us.
Fascinating. I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft, actually. La Habrea himself established their foundation, if I recall. While shackles are meant to bind an object in place for a short time, interment freezes the very space around it for as long as the caster wills.
Well, okay, he used shackles, not interment.
Indeed. While the illusory beings you summoned in our fight suggested as much, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Perhaps you already mastered the art of internment, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I'm afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understanding of how the invocations interact with natural laws. That would be needed to cast said spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well versed in various magics, I would be ill-advised to assume the duties of Keyword without instruction. That being said, I were to learn more of internment and its inner workings, perhaps.
Well, you have a warder right in front of you. Why not work together?
Well, the solution is obvious when you put it like that. Ericthonios, you have implied that what prevented you from performing interment was a lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with my own? Would the spell succeed then?
I can't say for certain. I've never heard of such a thing being done.
I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep and we would have to start over.
You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spells cast so many times that their motions have been burned into my memory. I won't disappoint.
Very well. Let's work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test out our methods on one of the escaped creatures. Though, I suppose there is the matter of finding one. It would be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I would prefer to engage a single creature that Elio could dispatch on his own if the spell were to go awry.
I agree, and I may have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing the hippocampus wandering the waterways during my flight. Perhaps it's still there. Few of the subjects housed within Asphodelos are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests.
Then that shall be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with the internment magics, the creature should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task.
You sure can.
As dependable as ever, once you've been given it a thorough trouncing, we shall bind this hippocampus with the keywords magic. Until then, my illusions shall fight by your side.
The hippocampus will be alone, but its daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around it, and it will be at home amidst the waterways. Steel yourself for a fight. Asphodelos, the second circle, now accessible. Tournament RP vacation filler. See, I feel like the tournament RP vacation filler will be the first part, but yeah. Elio, I took that personally. If you enjoyed the stream and you aren't a member of our Discord, why not join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. Thank you, Ray Ray. We have a TFC on Crystal Curl. If you want to join us, DM a mod and we will be able to get you in. Yes, please join our ever-growing FC on Crystal Curl. It's getting quite boisterous lately, and I like it. I think it's more like Elio. That's an interesting point. Let me pontificate on that for a moment. You're not wrong. A moment. Fair. I've always been a fan when someone makes a tongue-in-cheek comment and Elio ends up on a 20-minute tangent. So every goddamn stream, multiple times. In L stands for linear progressive of the progression of the discussion. Very good. Very, very good. Elio, Themis sounds like voice shaft.
Slow down, baby.
I feel like I would do this play slightly different if I was going for that. Coconut fell in Labre's head and he forgot the magic. Yeah. Okay, you checked Infinite. Awesome. Shaft.
Damn right.
Shaft. See, you say water, froth, and foam. This does not look like a Nixie. Admittedly, my partner did crochet me a Nixie.
Mythic creation, the hippocampus.
It does. Also, great, good to see, glad to have you. I think you've been here a while, but I don't think I actually said that earlier, so I want to make sure I get that. Okay. Let's kick some butt. Someone remind me after this fight, and I know it's going to be all of you all at once, but someone remind me after the fight to fix my portrait. Remember, if you have a red arrow on top of your head, you want to stand with someone else who also has a red arrow. Or you can stand with everyone who has a red arrow. You just want to be stacked with someone else. Dang, not even a scratch. Its head and bodies are at odds, yet I doubt it signifies it in anything good. Yellow is a line, red is a half the arena. Wide, reprisal. Don't forget, fellow tank players, you do have reprisal, and it is useful. I know when I first started tanking, I did not use arm's length and reprisal nearly as much as I should. Always good habit to just throw it on for the Ray Wide. We do well to flee the higher ground. Let the creature drown us, lest the creature drown us in its rage. Give people some room to be able to maneuver for a bit. Arm's length or surecast, or do the mechanic, your choice. Look for the head. It's going to be on the north. You want to dodge it. Its head came off. Have care. Get away from the head. How does it eat? Because, like, if its mouth is here... Like, clearly, like, it has to go somewhere, right? I mean, like, look, this is not the most ridiculous thing we've ever seen in a Final Fantasy game, or even in Final Fantasy XIV, but I had to wonder how this thing functions. Does it chew it up and then just drop it into, like, that alcove part? Second verse, same as the first. If you are pink, what you're gonna want to do is get as far away from people as you can and pick a spot and just stay there. And then let other people try to get out of it, because you don't want to, like, keep running around as pink, because people can't predict you. Do your best to get far away and then just stay still. Yellow is line, red is half arena. Good limit break. Yeah, look at you guys taking that to heart. Good on you. Let me know. Good, glad to have you. Where's your boss AP? I don't use it. I just use the... Good job, guys. I literally just use the aggro bar to tell me the boss's HP. I don't get the exact percentage, but I never really need to know it. I just look at the boss for, like, phase changes or different change in attacks. Dude, that's such a cool animation. That also, that thing right there reminds me of 10 a lot, of like the Aeons and their summoning wheels and stuff. Yep, I'm gonna do that, V. I'll do that right now during the cutscene. Awesome, thanks guys. His neck is in a different dimension. Apparently on pure malevolence. Maybe it just chills in the lower jaw divot and digests slowly like a fly trap. See, I like that, Grumpy. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, I like that pitch. Slow version of Maker's Ruin is just called Elio Fix Your Portrait. Oh no, I didn't mean to click on it. I meant to fix my portrait. No!
I know that you were no mercenary, but to make such a clean work of the hippocampus, seasoned fighters scarcely have occasion to visit Pandemonium, let alone display their skill. Mastery takes all forms, indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection, in no small part thanks to you two. Demus's power was more than enough to complete the interment. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper magus. Truly, have you seen your abilities firsthand in your fight with Elio? I beg to disagree. Shackles is the one exception, and it is only because I have been forced to practice it since I was but a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth.
I want to say this now because for the longest time during Asphodelos and even into Abyssos, my theory and hope was that Eric Thonios was actually going to be the La Habrea from our time that we faced, because that would also kind of explain why he's weaker. It would explain some things, and also him going mad could be a byproduct of like some of the problems he had like with his father and like I really wanted that to be the case. The fact that it's not is not a problem, and I'm not disappointed, and I like what they did instead. But for the longest time, I was thinking there'd be something like that. I didn't want to dislike. See, but Ray, I would find it would make him more tragic. It wouldn't make me dislike. It would make him more tragic in my mind.
Oop. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may yet prove the impossible possible after all.
Yes, give me that material. Sweet, I can fix my portrait. Okay, is it broken because... I think it's probably broken because of... No, that's correct. Huh. Oh, you know what? That's what it is. That's what I didn't update. I didn't update my gear set. That should do it, right? Welcome to the raid stream. Okay, so we did save. We did. Wait, why? Okay. What the fuck? Okay. That's done. Now portrait. Now save. Okay, there we go. Close all but you cannot have it all open? Oh, for the love of 14, why? Game breaks if you do 2 or more things. God! Don't tell Yoshi B to rub his head and pat his tummy. I have to admit, I was really glad I didn't have to ditch my dislike of La Habrea. Is Fix Your Portrait Elio the new Attune Elio? Yeah, basically. Just you wait, we'll get it again. Okay, moving on. Who's ready for orange?
While our success in sealing away the hippocampus is certainly heartening, the fact that we have yet to see any other warden concerns me. The keywords of Asphodelos, is nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what warders he could and retreated to a safe area. Let us hope so. It occurs to me that I know little of the keywords besides their magical prowess, but there are more you can share. Of course. A man named Hesperos is in charge of Asphodelos. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor to each of the warders under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourished here in spite of my ineptitude at magic. And I've always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with an unwavering composure.
And he also looked like Alucard the whole time. That was not like a new addition.
Furthermore, key wards are not only masters of internment, they can also bend the hallways of Pandemonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I'm certain that so long as Hesperos guides them, the other warders are safe. I can see why absolute control over the environment is imperative. That we face the hippocampus upon arid sands instead of the waterways. I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperos is capable and caring as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He has like as not taken your colleagues to a secure location. The safest place would be the innermost circle of Asphodelos. From there, they could flee to Abyssos if hard-pressed. Even should they have sought safe haven within the other circles, if we make for the fourth, we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed, and we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodelos, which will be essential in determining whether we ought to continue down to Abyssos. The rub, of course, is that I myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix last I checked. Phoenix. I've heard that name before. Fiery bird with life eternal.
There's also a bit about it in the short story.
Beyond the unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts nigh boundless restorative powers. If I recall, truly an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however. La Habrea suffered countless missteps during his experiments. And he was hardly the only one. The Phoenix will be but one of many attempts at the concept gone awry.
That is a reference to the short story.
Aye, far from evoking wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn to the world to ash. Thus was it confined within Pandemonium. Development of the concept continue elsewhere, but as the moons turned, more and more researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for La Habrea and his words. When I received word that at long last La Habrea had succeeded where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray, tell me, how did the warders of Pandemonium celebrate their master's accomplishment?
Phoenix.
I don't believe we did. The researchers of the words of La Habrea has little consequence to work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making note of the new occasion. But enough reminiscing. We must make ready to confront the Phoenix. While it's possible that it flew off to some other wing of Pandemonium, we would make that assumption at our own peril. Better to assume we'll need to bring Asphodelos' most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over flame will avail it far less in a barren corridor than elsewhere, so it may well serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later.
Let's kick some ass! I mean, so on my other character where I have everything, I'm Omni 90, I've worried about how I have all the things fixed, but on Elio, since I'm still leveling a bunch of jobs, I'm not worrying about it until I have a final glam for each job anyways. Hunter, good to see you, what have you. Although, actually, you were up at the top, weren't you? Well, but it'd be easier to trap it, I think was the point, NSK. Cool. What? I love how it was literally problem, flee. When like literally their point was to go in to fight the Phoenix. I mean, I get it that they're regrouping, and also so you can actually choose the dungeon as a fight, or choose the trial, choose it as a fight.
It seems whoever is behind this can alter the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Impossible. If those were creation magics at work, then that means... Let us confront that reality after we have conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we are to inter the Phoenix.
Also, guys, what kind of voice should I give Hesperos? I want some ideas. I may or may not take them, but...
Asphodelos, the third circle, now accessible.
Yeah, juggling a lot of characters for combat is hard. Turns out logistics is real. It's almost like the 3-body problem, right? Like, the orbiting mechanics of two stars, right? Not that complicated. I mean, it's complicated, but it's not that complicated. It's pretty straightforward. But you add a 3rd body into the mix for, like, how orbiting works, and it just makes an insanely difficult problem, right? Same with people. 2 people fighting as a tango. You start adding more and more, and it only gets more crazy. Let's get a raid check. But what about your portrait when you run roulettes? Oh my god, I can never. Well, right now I'm not running roulettes. Right now I'm doing trust and duty support, and for the most part when leveling Elio. Like, what I've been doing is kind of slightly AFK, like working on videos or working on projects and stuff, taking a couple steps forward, letting them fight, taking a couple steps forward, letting them fight, and that type of rolling them up the background. The other thing is, I don't have armor I'm proud of for my other jobs right now. Like, if I don't have a glam that I'm proud of to show off of, and I'm not going to make a glam until I'm max. I don't make a glam for a job until I max its level. Why would I? Yeah, I just don't. And it's such a, because, like, for instance, when you're leveling a job, if I go from like 20 to 40 in an afternoon, I have to fix the portrait every time I equip the new gear. You know, it's too much.
We shall gain naught from allowing this larger implication of this to distract us from the fight ahead. The Phoenix's rage will be unbridled, but I trust you are prepared for the worst.
Fight well, friend.
Let's get him! Best dragon. Nah. It won't be a good one, but it'll be a funny one. I can give you that. Crispin Freeman's Dracula. I don't know who that is. Wolowakian accent.
Oh, dude, I love Alucard's voice in Castlevania, Nocturne and Castlevania, the Netflix Castlevania anime. They're so good.
I mean, the whole voice cast is excellent.
Mythic creation, the Phoenix.
I'm a vampire, blah, blah. Is that the sort of voice we're going for? Are there even any voice lines in this? I don't think many. Well, I mean, not like obviously audio voice lines, but are there even any text voice lines? Raid wide. Reprisal. Oh, it's been so long, I totally forgot about that. Right. God, it's been so long since I've done this fight. I mean, so long. It's been like, what, 18 months maybe? 12 months? If you have a number, you destroy the fires. You stand on a fire. What? Storm sweeps through the port. Taking northern one. Oh, I forgot to flip him. And flip. Ooh, sorry, Ray, that was bad. Good adjust. I would Passage of Arms that, but I think we're okay on shields. Thanks to Lil and V double shield healers. Okay, look at the order. Okay, yeah, it's in front of him. So anybody else here do EXs and Savages where like you get to the point where normals throw you off because you're expecting something with an extra step and then you do things wrong because you're not even like just anything specific, but just you expect there to be some extra part to the mechanic. It's not like, oh, because you know the EX version versus you know the normal version or something, and like it's the same mechanic but with an extra step. It can become two completely different things. You just think like the normal's like this can't be it. Don't forget to split up. Don't split up together. Oh, it'll be fine. That'll be fine. I warned you. Limit break at will. Good job, everybody. That's me. I literally every X4, X8, X12 Savage in the game. Yep. The things floating near the boss were teeth? What? Like the... Wait, what do you mean? Like the little guys? Like little? Yeah. When Titan doesn't go into the big mode, it throws me off too. Dude, Titan big mode is just so cool. They're teeth? No, they're not. Okay, we're gonna see. We're gonna see one close up in a little bit. About 2 fights from now. You can stand together in the same quadrant. It's just baited AoE. Oh, you have time to move? Okay. For some reason, I thought you didn't have time to move on that one. Those are not teeth. It's an eye wrapped in the phoenix wings. You literally get to see one in Abyssos. Like, talk to it.
With that, the phoenix is shackled once more. However, there is yet the matter of this arena? As you've told us, there is but one person in Asphodelos with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Though fortunately appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. Blah, a contemptible display as befits an inferior specimen. Even so, I expect it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of internment drag the phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more feral than its creators cared to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. I had hoped our suspicions were misplaced, but alas.
Apparently, the only Dracula I can do is count from Sesame Street.
Keyword Hesperos, why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved Pandemonium? Pandemonium's pitiless, impenetrable... Pandemonium. Pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast. Unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand! Oh, Erictonios, must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Then again, you have never been one for insight. Why Master Lahabrea suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand. You may look like him, but you're not Hesperos. Not the one I know. Something has warped you. Something's warped you too, from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was that all farce? Did you hide your contempt from me all those years? Those were condensed to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers make the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential. To be the son to Master Lahabrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe. But of course, it's always about Lahabrea. Silence! You are not worthy to utter his name! For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities, beyond your shallow reckoning. I have slipped the surly bonds of mortality. I have become one, two, three, but actually one, with our mythic creations, and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As a Hemitheos, I shall serve Master Lahabrea ever faithfully unto the end of days. Honestly, I'm just gonna go with aesthetic to answer your question, Grumpy. And he shall require no other. I think not! Are you so blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Ericthonios is more capable than you could ever know. It was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of internment, both how to wield it and how to break free of it. Elio, let's quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperos' mind, it is plain his powers far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master internment so quickly, to say nothing of how swiftly the familiar laid low the Phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims would be their undoing, where they fritter away, their strength in claiming the beast of Asphodelos. I continue my work. Even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, naught shall await them but their doom! I eagerly await your arrival, Ericthonios. Even dullards have their uses.
In terms of taking them off, yes, Hunter. As Rowan would say, let me out, let me out. Ramble!
My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodelos himself. More than that revelation, however, Ericthonios worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever that keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be a death knell for his resolve. Much as I am loath to disturb Ericthonios so soon after what just occurred, I am afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events concerning both the keyword and his father.
Yeah, exactly, Infinite. Didn't even try to hide who Themis was. Oh, you can't hit me with that. Oh, come on.
So good.
As a piece of music about reflecting on the pains of your life, doesn't get much better.
The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandemonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess. A feat accomplished by none other than La Habrea. That both my father and I can bind others in change is perhaps the only thing that we have in common. Ah, so it's true. I'm La Habrea's son, bereft of his talents for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you had practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long, that indicates some long-held connection with La Habrea. 'Twas La Habrea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of La Habrea. More specifically, my mother, who was a researcher here. You did speak of Athena, chief keyword before La Habrea. She is your mother, yes? How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You've the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join here. La Habrea has nothing to do with it. I see. There is little love lost between you two. What I cannot see is why La Habrea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us.
And La Habrea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment to spend to mourn her. What love do I owe him now when he offered not one drop of compassion then?
Ah, I see. She is no longer with us. An expression to convey the end of life.
Explain just how rare, death and passing on is for them.
I have known only the public face of La Habrea. While he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances, I must admit that he oft comes across as cold.
Yeah, because there are references to children all throughout Emerald how people see us.
Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss.
When Themis puts his hands on the hips, you know the music stops.
Of course, there are more pressing matters at hand after all, namely how to deal with Hesperos. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. And now that he is aware of our presence, he will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creation is another moment that Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he has become one with the creations. Perhaps that means he is vulnerable to internment? In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough in merely to confine him, after all he has done? I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it all truly so that he could serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put Lahabre's own work at risk in trade for some nebulous power. Lahabre is the chief keyword of Pandemonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? It just doesn't make any sense. Stupid stats. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters? Would it be too dangerous to allow him quarter? I want answers too, and I can always strike him down if I need to. Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but to see you so certain is all the convincing I need. Very well. Let's try Ericthonios' plan. Thank you, Elio. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Viricolicus, a beast which feeds off the aether of its prey. Likely, that is the creation Hesperos merged his essence with. And we know all too well that he can change the environment around himself as will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory.
See, I love that Infinite. I love that they give you hints. Asphodelos, the fourth circle, now accessible. I love that we could figure that out from the tales. I want answers too. I close my eye and pray, tell us why we... Very good, Infinite, very good. Viricolis is Greek vampire. Yeah, surprised they had those. I mean, the vampire mythos of... We have a very specific idea of what a vampire is, but the vampire mythos exists across culture. There's a Chinese vampire. There's like... The vampire mythos is an idea that has existed in every culture. Or not, I shouldn't say every culture, but there is a culture on every continent in which the vampire mythos exists. Yeah.
That Hesperos possessed such a lust for power that he would resort to this. Clearly I misjudged him. I like nothing more than to strike him down myself, but seeing you wipe the arrogant grim off his face will taste just as sweet. He called himself a Hemitheor, and claimed immortality. I know not how he discovered this dark art, but his actions do not bespeak a sound mind.
Okay, let's ready up. And are you guys ready to rock out for the first time? Because... we're about to become some wild freaks. Yeah, I agree with you, AC, but at the same time, they are still described as such. Yeah, exactly. That's good. Yeah. Yep, you got it, Infinite. And yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with Orsite control. It has to more to do with Hephaestus, and then also... See? Glasses off. Hemitheoi. Hesperos.
I have awaited this moment. Witness the full measure of the Hemitheoids' power. There is but one master, and that's for Delos.
Lightning is get away as far away from it as possible. Get to a corner if it is lightning. And I know I'm not doing optimal uptime by pulling him here to us. Stay here. If it is water, it is a knockback from the center. If it is water, it is a knockback from the center. You want to get pushed into the corners rather than the cardinals. Gives you more space. Green is spread. Green gooey poison is spread. Red fire. Red fire is stack. Jesus, it's just melting.
If you insist upon this folly, then you must face the full extent of my authority.
Green is spread, fire is stack. Spread. Pulling him to the center for baloney coils. Make sure to stand in one that is not your symbol. Or is your symbol. I shall feast upon your aether. Sorry, give me a second to remember that. I have the visual memory, but not the... Your aether turns, and by it you shall be undone. Yeah. One that is not your symbol. Perfect. And then move out of his skewer. Fade wide. Scurry vermin, ere my blade finds your bellies. This Calympsis is no mere affliction, I assure you. What the fuck is a Calympsis? Can someone explain what the hell that is? This is a knockback, stand midline. Cape is a midline, you stand midline for the cape. Blade, you stand on sides. Next hit, Flame, you're on res duty. Get the healers up. Just focus on Fur Raise, Flame. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I got heals.
Slough off your accursed horde. Okay, I got this. I'll need someone to take mine when they can heal. Perfect. We're good. We're good. We got this. We're recovering. A rat in the maze is amusing at first, but it's still a rat, a vermin. A rat is a vermin to be disposed of. Limit break at will. Relinquish your aether. One. Very good, guys. Great job. Good recover. Sick of that music for surfing vampires. Wait. Good job, guys. Let's all get a photo since everyone's staying. Sweet. Let's get a photo. We can all take it with the pushover librarian. Here. If everyone wants to come, we can come stand over with the. Don't forget to do /sit. And then let's get 2 row. Actually, no, I mean that's fine. Stand however you guys want. Try not to stand it in his model if you could, though. Do we have 4 on each side? Yeah. Okay, stand whenever you're ready. Laffy, is that you? Because it is always you, isn't it? Oh, no, it's Crepe. Crepe, if you could stop sweeping. If you could sit and reset your emote, please. Sweet. That's probably not going to work because, yeah. You have to do, just so everyone knows, for the sit reset, you have to do a full sit. Otherwise, it doesn't work. If you, like, break out of it immediately, it doesn't. Yeah. And then you jump, and then you're good. Thank you. Awesome. And let's turn off so it's just PCs. Oh, can everyone roll on loot? Because otherwise the chests aren't gonna disappear. Did someone take the minion? Really? Oh, man. Okay. I was trying to get the minions first time for Elio. Okay, PCs only. You told them, I mean, then that's on me. That's on me. That's not on anyone else. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna do it a bunch of times anyways. I'm being stupid. Okay. Let's get a beam emote. Cool. I got my photo. Good job, guys. Yeah, no, it's we literally can get it. I don't think you can duo it, yeah. Or no, yeah, it's fine. My music and the stream's music are offset by 1/10 of a second, and top is gloriously. Is that true for anybody else? No broom pick. Crepe, next time you can do broom. Sorry. It's just because. Now, Themis, we end this here. It's just hard to, like,
if a bunch of people are doing dances and a bunch of things, it's a lot harder to actually get a quick photo. Oh, I see NSK. Yeah. Your gameplay. Fools! I will not be put in chains! To think that I would fall before one such as you. Two such as you. Three such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than mere a nuisance. It is a good sword, Black Flame. Yep. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation. The secrets of my deception. They shall return to the star with me.
You are wasting your breath, Hesperos. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that.
Yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. I remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I die with dignity.
How did your ambitions lead you so astray, Hesperos? You were far better than that. Your stars shone more brightly than any other in Pandemonium. You had Lahabre's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. He became so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything. His plans lie in tatters. Failed to see any dignity in that.
Me too, Winged.
Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperos' infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that the fate he had chosen you, and not him, to be Lahabrea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become that he sought verboten power. Power that Lahabrea would be unable to ignore. How does pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I've never heard of such a thing. It happens, but it doesn't mean it's right. I see. I admit, I can't not but find vexing, but perhaps that signifies not but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you trust to guide you true, how it is to desperately wish their light would fall upon you again. But we've spent enough time assuming the attentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. We must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we can be certain. I believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hesperos' magic is fading throughout Asphodelos. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facility and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? What is this presence? Ericthonios, what lies beyond that threshold? That passage which connects Asphodelos to that's the passage that connects Asphodelos to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower level. Something stirs in Abyssos. A warding sigil? How? Let us retreat to the gates for now. Should like to appraise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Just when I thought our work to be done, did this tragedy unfold all throughout Pandemonium? Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandemonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions, but could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague, that your senses were muddled. I believe this was more than the result of a panic mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible that this same magic could have poisoned Hesperos' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments, or more potential hemitheoi.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Infinite.
If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart yet, Ericthonios. Hesperos challenged us alone. That tells me that the process of his creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first hemitheoi, then the rest of the warders are likely still alive. However, much as I would like to hasten deeper into Pandemonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through.
With the creations still having free reign of Asphodelos, that won't be easy.
On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles, and thus can wield internment magic. Within their halls at will, the creatures will pose no threat to us.
Just like that? There's nothing stopping us from returning order to Asphodelos.
Just so. It shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement, however. You are Asphodelos' sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but...
Do you mean to send a report to La Habrea?
'Tis too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of other warders, the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance.
Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandemonium, then I'm not above asking La Habrea for help, should it come to that.
Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Ericthonios and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphodelos.
You should take this time to rest. Surely you're weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Themis' burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he's shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I would help wheresoever I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way.
Nonsense. You owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we're able to come this far. Elsewise, we would have likely succumbed to the hippocampus' assault. Each of us has arrived at this dire paths by separate paths. It is only by combining our respective expertise that we will reach the end of it and see Pandemonium saved. Thank you, Themis. Asperos' words seem to have affected me more than I realize. Together we've come this far, and together we'll reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow Elio his rest. Besides, you have someone waiting for a report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined.
Awesome. Okay. I'm gonna go back to and then we're gonna pick up Abyssos. Here's my question: does anyone have any questions so far or confusions about the narrative as it is, or any lore-based questions around what's going on, or anything really involved with it? And I also assume you guys get a point. Love this raid series. Me too. Me too. Repeat. We got that. Feels like this one should be made mandatory at some point. Then again, I feel that about Eden 2 adds more to the story than playing without. So here's the thing, Winged. Remember that Crystal Tower was not mandatory during 5.0. They made Crystal Tower mandatory in 5.3. They won't make a raid or an alliance raid mandatory unless there is absolutely no other way to, like, make it work. I mean, hell, Eden's still not mandatory even though Guy is now in the MSQ. I agree with you that they make it so much better. You absolutely should play them. In every regard, I'm with you. But I will say I have talked to more than a few people who feel that if they had all the raids and alliance raids on their plate as mandatory before going in, it would have made them potentially bounce off the game, not even start the game, because it was already so overwhelming just with the MSQ. And a lot of people are also afraid to do raiding, even though normal raids are not that hard and very approachable. And to NSK's point, yeah, they desperately need to rework Coils. Coils just needs a normal mode. All they have to do is make a normal mode. Yeah. But before they start worrying about making later mandatory. See, but I feel like that's a false comparison, though, NSK, because the thing is that making a story mandatory has nothing to do with putting in the work to make a normal Coils. So like adding in a normal Coils is a completely separate matter in terms of, like, you could do both or neither or one or the other. Normal raids are difficulty-wise not harder than normal trials. Feel free to do them. Yeah, I would say, Tracy, Crape's point is perfect. Their normal raids are no harder than normal trials. If you've been completing the MSQ trials, you can do them. I die a lot. Healers hate me. Aw. But you can always play with us. Oh, wait, right. You're EU, Tracy. Legendary Wash Your Legs, Aporia, Aetherite. Oh, because it's in the water, yeah. Hot take, they should rework the Crystal Tower series. Yeah, I think that's kind of a hot take. I don't think it's necessary. The thing is, it's just not necessary. It's not that interesting. It's their older combat design, and it's like the fights aren't that interesting. But there's nothing is, like, broken. You know, like, nothing's, like, actively doesn't work. I would like them to, but honestly, if they reworked the Crystal Tower series, they would do that instead of getting, like, another Alliance raid. I think that a new Alliance raid would be better. Welcome, Elio. Back from the past and none the worse for wear, I see. So what did you find? Well, I have quite a story to tell, and it starts with Pandemonium. Not at this point, Winged, yeah. Also, Ray, do you like what we do? Consider showing your support for us or at Patreon, at our Patreon, at patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. Thank you, Ray. So there's evil afoot in Pandemonium. In an already ominous place, I must say. Mythic beasts and missing warders. Truly, we are fortunate to see you return to us in one piece.
It appears the voice Elio heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered.
Indeed, it could be someone who has lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert the tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, ilm by ilm, we shall unveil that mystery, with help of Elio, of course. By his actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, yet he returns to the same present as that he left. Which can only mean one thing, that his intervention in Pandemonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. Or, alternatively, it means that we were always fated to go back and do things in Pandemonium, which is implied by Elidibus's comments when he sends us back. So,
This is, I think, a good example of some of the things I point out to you guys a lot of the time, which is that there are characters who make statements about what they think it is that don't have the full understanding of of other elements that actually are important to parse what's going on.
There's no telling what consequences would arise if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandemonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples could carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave an indelible mark upon their history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beast that arose during the final days. The final days already had a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars it left were made even deeper, then we'd risk losing our present entirely.
No, because Claudian, if you look at what he just said, he's saying that... I disagree, because to me, what Claudian's saying is not stable time loop. What he's saying is, which can only mean one thing, that his intervention in Pandemonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of our history upon which our presence has been built. To me, which I feel like that implies that even if that building block was taken, there might be a different building. Like, it could still be fine. But, like, see, they're even saying that things, that, like, they might wreak havoc upon the world of ancients, and despair would leave an indelible mark if we're stopped. Yeah. Our building blocks of today. Things already happened, but today is. But under that auspice, I don't understand. Okay, so maybe you're right, but under that, what I don't understand about that is under that auspice, why say about what if we stopped? Because clearly you didn't stop. Because if you believe it's already a fated stable time loop, you wouldn't care about whether or not you continued on the course. No matter what you do, you were already on the course, right? That's my point.
Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I have asked much of you already, but I can count on you to continue your work in Pandemonium.
Hey, Gumi, good to see you, glad to have you.
Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If there's aught we can do to ease your burden, you need to only say the word.
Sure, that's a fair point, V.
Speaking of which, might you return to the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. Ah, it shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. As matters in Elpis seem to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into its critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Melanie is an expert in arraigns from throughout history, be they from the far-flung past or made in the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it here and she'll be glad to offer her services. We know researchers in numerous fields that would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras, and would give you goods in return that should aid you in your trials ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records of events you have reported here, NemGG has been taking faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal.
I have fan fiction.
I sense that we have embarked upon something monumental, something that will dwarf all else I have accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor, no reassurance, than to have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there's anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we shall find it.
So notice, he doesn't have orange hair, but notice red eyes and dark skin.
We shall not rest until we have unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you will be the first to know when we do.
Very good, Infinite. On to Abyssos!
Elio, I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whisper, and I must say, wait, weren't you just here a second ago? It doesn't matter. It's been a while.
Also, notice he said on countless days and nights, meaning that implies that quite a bit of period of time has passed. further evidence to our record keeping about the amount of time that has passed between the Realm Reborn and now.
Professor Claudian,
where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events.
Ah, yes, of course. My apologies, Elio. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I'd quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning. With the crystals set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from Pandemonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of the mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and combined magical talents of your companions, Themis and Ericthonios, were sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos, but the greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandemonium, presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart and search for it forthwith by tracing the matching etheric signatures to its source. I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Elio grace us with his protection? I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusino. Namely, to seek out the secrets with which lie nestled within Pandemonium, where this all began. From all that we've heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean. Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I've already commissioned a ship and a pilot for that very purpose. I trust you take good care of the laboratory in my absence.
Just up and leaves.
I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else.
Indeed, and as always, he has been worse than usual lately. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve the puzzle on his own. Surely after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Elio, it may be best to return to the Pandemonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined with Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's the whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records on the results.
Ah, brilliant! Delving into these records may shed light on the creatures Elio is yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is.
While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only his strength to carry the day. For your own sake, as well as ours, please, unearth what information you can.
Yeah, basically. You don't like having the tramp stamp equivalent of a halo. God, the MS Paint looking quest benders gets me every time. See, it's funny. What's funny about that one is it's not even. That is just because. That's a character. It's a screenshot of a model that we're gonna see later. I see what you're saying with the MS Paint. That was It's definitely a look. Poison Oikos. Remember to thank MG for P3S and P8S. Yeah, we will do that. I think we'll do that at the end, though. Just because we're on a budget for time, it's already 5 o'clock here. I want to try to be done by 8. We're gonna have to make good time. We'll see how likely that it actually ends up being. An Elzen can dream, damn it. Ah, I did not expect to meet you here of all places.
You seek records of Pandemonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same.
I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I've saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could.
Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave.
As should we, for I've undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Erecthonios' capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master interment. He might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him the time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicion that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he's agreed to meet us near the Neus, to Pandemonium.
Also, for those who don't know, in Savage mode for the raids, all the final bosses always have a second form. So when you're fighting Hesperos, he becomes the Kolnikai, whatever, the fucking vampire. He becomes like vampire creature as his second phase. What's some prior ones? Eden, you fight the Oracle of Darkness for E12. You fight, Shiva has another form. Shiva has a Hraesvelgr light, Hydaelyn light form thingy mapooper. When you fight Titan, he becomes gigantic, like as big as a mountain when you fight him for his second phase. Is that the right? No, that's not the right one. Ah, I can fly while I eat my sandwich. Nom, nom, nom. Infinite, you're really not joking. That is what E8S is. Because Reen embodies, like, the historical... Because she embodies Shiva, the ice primal. She embodies Hydaelyn as a light primal. And then she embodies, like, the historical Shiva that Hraesvelgr loved. It's pretty wild. There's literally a mechanic that you have to look away during the transformation sequence. Is that in normal? Maybe that's in normal too.
As I have pondered our expedition into Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Erecthonios were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looked to his father with bald hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude towards my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself, it's more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they all have been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Habrea.
Wait, it's the same one from before.
My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandemonium and wish to know of its origins.
Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first, I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could easily be ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the Words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited information, I cannot but feel that the Academia and Nider would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there?
These are fitting questions, and one we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmised, the majority of the creations kept within Pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet, as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers.
That is quite the charge, and in fact, it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research?
Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the Chief Keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into the role.
So if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct?
I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold the same sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit, as of late, their communications has been somewhat sporadic, we but recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls.
Really? Are you certain that a keyword sent it?
Yes, of course. Our communication suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender.
Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying.
Then I shall take my leave. While you are permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than necessary.
All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent the report, but it is plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste.
Since we were talking about other raids, what is each of your guys' favorite raids? I'm curious. I'm curious if it's going to range the gambit, or if it's going to be pretty consistent.
I cannot guess as to why the false report has arisen now. It certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Erechthonios at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him.
Meanwhile, what harm is befalling Erechthonios? So Tracy, that's an alliance raid. So alliance raids are the 24-man, 8-man are the normal raid, are the raids. Omega.
Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there?
There's something to be admired in such single-minded efforts, even if your methods leave much to be desired.
See, wings around an eye, so I don't know why your friends thought it was a tooth.
You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget your walk upon the earth?
I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away.
That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it. I might add, begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can afford.
Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown.
Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Brea, your father.
And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I've heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggled to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. Wait! I've not told that to anyone, not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That you still insist on mocking me! Stop this farce, La Brea!
Ah, at last you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind, nevertheless.
What?
As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act, and though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment.
There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations?
You shall take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled.
What wish?
Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know.
What are you? Cheers, man. Cheers, Black Flame. Thanks for joining in.
Uninvited guests, join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you.
Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I'm no longer a child, and my fate lies with those who have earned it.
So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his vein. 'Tis plain that there are worthier subjects to contend with.
I'll pass it back. Oh, right, because I have to. Here, I will pass that back to V to fix while I take care of some of this. Thanks for joining in, everybody.
Or I shouldn't say everyone. Thanks for joining anyone who's heading out. Let me read Infinite's thing real quick. Pandemonium, Alexander the Creator, Omega, Eden, Alexander, Gordian, Medius. Interesting. Yeah, and Tracy, I was just curious what people eight's man favorites was, because like alliance rates, like if you include both of them, it's like kind of hard to compare them sometimes because they're told so differently and done so differently.
Thank you. If you hadn't shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There is but one person who can hold thrall over a familiar creation and keyword alike. Eorzean seems to have quite the story to tell. Perhaps we should lend an ear.
Yeah, I think NSK was thinking Flame. V. Or I might be wrong about that.
And so there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind the chaos from the start.
You could say he was the driving force behind the Pandemonium. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Huh?
There is a logic to that. There are few within the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work from with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as a veil and mantle both. Still, I find this notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he's capable of this? Burn. La Habrea is far more capable than you know. Is he? So you would believe that La Habrea to be a man of few scruples if it brings his goals closer in reach. That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. Would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excessive caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandemonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Eorzean side in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that you should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to a battle, the keyword's magic will put us at an advantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight.
I feel like telling something I hope you're liberal with your weight, devoid of context, is, I mean, Abyssos, the fifth circle, now accessible. I mean, to be fair, like, clearly there was the scales comment beforehand, but just saying. You wouldn't ever want to say that to a woman, maybe even with context. Okay, cool, we're good. Okay, guys, who's ready for a Kirby? Garby, have a Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry. Mythic Creation, the Proto Carbuncle. All the music of Anabasios. Yeah, the music of Abyssos is my favorite. How would you rate this song? I'd scream at the top of my lungs for it. No, I mean, to me, this is a 10 out of 10. Scream is a 10 out of 10. This is only like an 8 out of 10 because it doesn't have the lyrics yet. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're pulling. I don't know what happened there, but... You can get max melee. Also, you never watched my lyrical lore on this. I highly recommend you do. Ray, if you happen to want to link it. Oh, phase transition. Garby's done with the cage. Dude, that's gonna become the thing where people are gonna, like, you know, 3 expansions from now, try to solo him and have to kill him before he gets to that. Back to the start. I don't really need a veil there, but I feel like there's going to be some kind of raid wide coming to some point. I don't suppose we're gonna skip Devour. Nah, we're not doing nothing. It's just skip Devour. Friendly reminder, if you're a Paladin main, that your Passage of Arm mitigation buff lasts for 5 seconds after you cast it on people, so you don't need to hold it. Oh, here comes Devour. Oh. Y'all just went, nah, we ain't gonna do it. Good job, guys. Rescore, wasted 10 cast aside, the complications sundered and unsundered. Yeah. Yeah, the guitar solo, definitely. Reminds me of the Paladin Ba I met in the twinning yesterday. There was a passage of arm cooldown instead of mitigation. That's definitely a choice. Scream Lyrical Lore. Yes, thank you, Ray Ray. Oh, that's lovely, Wing. Thank you so much for linking that to your fiance today. One thing yeah, it hasn't touched on. Yes, so the reason I didn't touch that too much is because I wanted to touch on the Shadowbringers Lyrical Lore whenever I do that. But yeah. And the thing is that we don't know what the 3 score and the 10 cast aside is necessarily a reference to, because the thing is that the convocation is 13. So like this 3 scores, we assume that's 60 and 7, so 70. You know, 60 wasted, 10 cast aside. It's not like it's specifically Vanad's convocation or the convocation itself. It kind of just seems to be in general. Because if it was like 13 cast aside, that would almost work better, because then we would know it was the convocation itself. Yeah. It's also moving on exact middle of the dungeon road where made me wonder how it's named. I feel like I don't ever get NPC like bots running dungeons with me, but maybe I just don't know. Also, I'm tank main, so maybe I just don't see it as blatantly.
So this is where the researcher is conducted on the creations, imbued with poisons and venoms. Archthonios and I were conveyed not far from here. Seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appeared particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible.
Even alone, you are forced to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further.
Oh, interesting, Winged. We'll talk about that in a bit. That's really I like that reading.
Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long, but I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you.
I'm all too familiar, Paragon.
A charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am of La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait.
What is this?
Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to your aether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin aether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides, it is of no matter. I suppose a more direct approach would get the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and I'll become more powerful. Wait, wrong movie. And Archthonios' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena.
Mother, you would dare hide behind her name.
Listen well, Archthonios. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out?
Archthonios, wait. There is a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies?
Bitter in defeat, are we?
Say my name.
A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you.
You aren't.
I have my answer. If the La Habrea I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denigration. Bitch, don't fuck with the adjudicator. You sully his station with that farce, with this farce.
Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it.
Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. Bitch smacked!
Toasty!
What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Labra moment.
Yeah.
Imposter, you have no right to claim that form, that mask.
What? Who?
It was a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who valued his position above all else, who would murder his own wife in the pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you despise. Such tried provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Ericthonius, listen well. I am Hephaestus. Or we'll go with Hephaestus. And it is I whom you should call father.
Hephaestus, Hephaestos. They're fine.
What in the name of creation? We would do well to not stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let's return to safety so you may provide it. Ah, that sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and an emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception.
To be honest, I had a feeling.
Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there.
Please, help him. Save him. Okay, just because I really want to entertain this, because actually, so here's my one problem with the 3 score wasted is that score means something. So like score means like 3 score wasted, which means 60 wasted. So like the 3 and the 10 makes sense, but the score there is what is weird about that. Oh, for light's sake, La Habrea, do you really need to bring Without Shadow with you? Yeah. Lone bots or tanks, a little wonder. That would explain a lot, Infinite, yeah. Thank you, V, for taking care of that. It would have been funnier if La Habrea tried to target you only for the spell to target a Zem in a different part of the world. Such a badass moment, yeah.
Say my name.
No engine sight, 3 full thunder, the only 4 with full knowledge of the past. That's what I gathered from the meaning of those 2 lines. The one problem with that would be that that line was written before their plot for Endwalker was written or planned out. So that is definitely an interesting interpretation, but also fourfold usually mean four within the fold, knowing no end in sight. Yeah, I would say you could. The thing is, Hydaelyn exists in dreams, so honestly, I would say that the fourfold, knowing no end in sight, would more likely be the three unsundered and Vana holding the line of like. But even that kind of weird. But Wing, you're the first person to provide like an explanation of those lines that feels meaningful. So I would love to talk about it more on the Discord sometime. So feel free to at me on it. I remember after Asphodelos, people started making theories that Eric might be created because they had a hard time imagining La Habrea we knew actually having sex. Then he showed up in his cutscene. Yeah. Yeah.
I see Elidibus has chosen to keep odd company, such a vexing composition of your aether possesses.
I still don't understand.
As you are aware by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azem and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I am sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azem nor I had ever met you in flesh, you came with his highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in this world a guiding star so similar to himself was out there amused Azem to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in his heart that you would be a formidable ally.
You know what? To answer an earlier quandary we had about Azem, if Azem sensed our arrival in Elpis, it's possible that he knew we were out there and would show up and could also sense our aether out there. That's a possibility. All this music decision, I feel like as if we're missing something. Oh yeah? What's that? What's that, Infinite?
Furthermore, I had heard stories that Mistress Vana, who had the position of Azem previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands.
See, so we know that this has to be some amount of quite some time after the events in Elpis when we were there. Because I heard stories that Mistress Vana, who held position of Azem previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. So that must have that would have had, if she told those stories a while ago, that must have been a while ago. But that also would further support the idea that Azem knew that we existed to some extent because Vana told him quite a bit, which could explain why he would think that we might show up at Pandemonium with Demas. There's something there. There's something there for sure.
Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story. That is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that.
Currently created a huge bucket of popcorn by sensing out of plot folds. Yeah. The music's coming.
I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea. Truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is it, that thing that called himself La Habrea? And why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you're the only one just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azem and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was... Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning? I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another demasquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. 'Tis the name I was born with, not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way. Yet within his heart is not but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shames we bury. When we spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he has awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster onto our star. As chief keyword of Pandemonium, it's my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other wardens to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium. Its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet as you can see by Ericthonios' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azem and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No! You spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Elio has stood against. Elio, is it? A being of such aether as I have never seen. What are you? He is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to his stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Elio. As outsider, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. Oh, I wish you could quote Louis Soir. It's far too soon to give up on saving others. Agreed. We still know next to nothing about Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to regain control of Asphodelos. He must be made to see that there's merit in continuing this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus, the emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. The emissary, the adjudicator, Elidibus. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you'll find the best way forward. Very well. In my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be continuing upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Elio's might and Erechthonios' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandemonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Elio, come and find me when you're finished. Erechthonios is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray, lend an ear to his troubles that their weight might be lightened.
Weeks, months. It's hard to say how long after the final days take place. Yeah, maybe years. We don't know. There's no really good sense for it. We know that Hermes' head was relatively new, but that could mean especially for the ancients, that's such a relative statement when you live for eons. Maybe the years, yeah. I like this La Habrea. What are your thoughts on his soul still being inside Ascilion, waiting to be released? Ascalon, waiting to be released, possibly. If he was, I don't think so. I think his consumption into the impression that you get from his consumption to Ascalon, and then his aether being dissipated, is that it's effectively the same as if you broke, because the aether of his soul is absorbed, and then when Thoradin was destroyed, it's dissipated out. Even if it was consumed into the eye, when the eyes were destroyed or used for Shinryu, that aether. I think he's well and truly gone, but they could always find some way if they wanted to. He was either fully spent or dispersed during the ultimate end. Yeah, I think for me, emphatically, what is left of his aether now rests within the live stream. Yeah, I doubt he's ever coming back. Well, not counting this raid where he's literally appeared. Yeah, I did consider Shinryu. Yeah, so it's if he wasn't used up by Thoradin himself. The only other place that energy could have gone would have been into the eyes. If they did that, those were both used in Shinryu and then also destroyed by Astinian. So and there was no impression that La Habrea rested within the eyes as well when Astinian had them, right? Yeah, totally, Winged. That's what the channel is for, and and I love discussing that sort of stuff too. 100%. Thank you for. I appreciate your posing interesting lore questions and stuff in here, because a lot of times, a lot of people have already asked me those questions if they're longtime viewers, or it's not exactly their biggest cup of tea. Oh, always gotta get me with flow.
You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Habrea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creations had slipped their bounds, the other keyboards did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried if Pandemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words. The truth of my mother. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It's almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he condemns others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think, Elio? Does La Brea Yuno have any regard for the lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands?
Ooh. Honestly, there's no...
To be honest, I have no idea what he might be like in this age.
This age?
Just how long has it been since you met him? Regardless, I'd like you to try and view him as he is now. Another opinion would be much appreciated. But it's plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Elio. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about these depths than any of us, and seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford. Elio, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities and may deign to help at your suggestion, only to see what you can do.
How old is Vanal? We have no idea. We just don't really know. What do all those songs mean? Lyrical lore playlist here. Thank you, Ray Ray. Mental image of Niddy and La Habrea contesting for possessing Asinian's head. Daz, this is my turn with the vessel. Very good, very good. Dude, I remember when they had the live letter after 6.0 came out where they were showing off this. Oh, also, is everybody excited for the Moogle Tombstone event? They're doing something different this time. It's very weird. Ray Ray, can you help explain what this new style of the Moogle Tombstone event is? And also, like you said, you could see the second set of rewards or something. I'm very excited for it, but it's going to be very interesting to see how this new one plays out. It'll be very interesting to see that. But one of the other things that it implies is that March 11th will probably be either the, if that's the, what's, actually, wait, here, let's check it out real quick. March 11th is what? March 11th is a Monday. So we're probably gonna get a live letter right around that. So either on like the Monday or Tuesday, we're gonna get a live letter somewhere near the end of that. I will bet you money that we will either get the live letter that announces pre-orders for Dawn Trail, or a live letter that announces that there will be like coming out soon. So I would say March pre-orders for Dawn Trail is probably a go.
Ericthonius appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azem. Your unusual aether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Azem never ceases to surprise me. The previous Azem was much the same in taking the entirety of the star into consideration. She came to hold dear emotion and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourself in this matter, the true danger of Azem's nature is its tendency to infect all those who come into contact with it. Emmett Selk says much the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoke your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keywords reach is far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they have been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of Hegemon, keyword of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there is something else at work. And also, the dankest bowl cut around. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she already's been twisted into a hemithoi, doubtless against her will. Elio, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage.
Your allies make you bold, Aranthonios. Very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you.
He's a dick. He's a dick. God, why can't he just be a good parent? Abyssos, the sixth circle, now accessible. There are going to be several phases of it. You can earn tomestones by doing a variety of different access, not just dungeons. And there will be ones that there's going to be like a weekly and ultimate, but there's also going to be a things that you can do perpetually. Hey, final call. Do we have an 8th person we want to join us? We have room for one more. New video done this week on Final Fantasy XIV Archives. Thank you, Ray Ray. Yep. And 1.0 MSQ file. Yeah. Rewards aren't great for the first 2 phases. If you've been around a while, you probably have what you want. Hopefully later ones will improve. To be fair, I still need to get about an MGP on Elio. I know, Ray Ray, you don't need MGP, as I saw your 9 million MGP recently. A weekly and a once per event, yeah. Okay, I guess we'll just do it with 6. At least we have 2 tanks. Who's ready to bop? Musiker, start though. Hemithoi, Hedgemon. Abyssos is my charge, and I shall not shirk my duty. Is someone, like, pre-polling? Because if you are, please don't. Be swept away in the flood of aether. Rot from the inside out! You have your countdown, look away. Perfect.
So where's the limit cut come in?
Waste away!
I will say also the lyrics for Scream are really sad. Like, it's such a banger, but like you actually listen to like what the lyrics are saying, it's quite sad.
You cannot measure against a keyboard!
Limit break at will. Perfect, Est. Good job, guys. Oh, it's still... Oh, that was cool. It was still playing during that. It's like even the music thought it was too banging. It like needed to hear the main chorus. Yeah, you get sickness patched around to you by your other people. It's a giant mosh pit. Get blinded by lights. Oh, I'm periodically evoking 2 NSK, so just... But yeah, if you need me to, I can do that more often. I appreciate you working with me. Mechanic where people need to tactilely vomit from the arena. Calm before the banger. Welcome to the mosh pit. Exactly, Junk. Yeah. You'll be maxed out. No more fashion report for me. What do you gotta do something with it, right, Ray? Like, you gotta be doing something. Are you gonna just buy, like, housing items for... Like, buy a bunch of the minigame housing items? We've won. The keyword is sealed away this time. Alive this time. La Brea can't deny us now. As to be expected, Ericthonios appears quite pleased with our victory. I could sense from here that Hegemon had been contained. The effect of Hephaestus' tinkering is even more dire than I had imagined. What do you even do once you hit like, if you have everything, what happens when you, like, do hit MGP max? Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemon has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree.
Moreover, this being aether as thin as retreating mist. This being aether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a hemitheoi, has made this ordeal far more interesting.
I feel like this is a really important like context to also explain like just because like people are rejoined doesn't also immediately make them more powerful. In terms of all that to say that like your capability is not purely defined by a sheer biological or like a sheer soul related or like singular ethereal factor. And that's always really important to remember.
Then we have leave to continue? As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandemonium.
And of whom do you speak?
A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid in this place. Hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom.
Oh, Elio.
So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can upraise his companions. That's something that Elio and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I'm inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it's that we are together greater than the sum of our parts.
And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies closed to us.
Then tell me, what is it you hope for?
To see Hephaestus in chains, that's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena.
And there we have it. You must leave this place at once and do not think to set foot in Pandemonium again. You are capable, that much is plain, yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live. I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle. This is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel, and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's.
This is relevant. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible.
Think, Erechthonios. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools?
Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother. Oh, sorry. No, sorry, that was wrong. I thought that was deliberate.
Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives. What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely performance. Merely...
You would call me a fool? You who murdered your wife in service to your own ambitions, for the sake of the star, no doubt. I can hear it again. The voice inside my head. Will do, Levi. I know who to follow. Hephaestus, father, mother, oh, I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you.
No, listen not, Erechthonios! Apologies. You taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder.
Damn, good to go to have you. And let me pass that over to V really quick. V will handle that. Promote, while I give that a quick second. Paragon's powerful. I've often discussed whether Emmett or Elidibus was the stronger. I believe Emmett is at base level, at least so long as Elidibus did not absorb the power of many to bolster his own due to his nature. Yeah, I would be prone to agree. I'd be prone to agree that of the Unsundered, Emmett was the most powerful in a straight up situation. Elidibus is a weird case, as we have never encountered Elidibus at using his full power without some equivocation. For instance, P11, there's kind of an equivocation there. Obviously, fighting him at the top of the Sea Sacrifice, very different circumstance. So, but if I in a head-to-head fight between the two, I would bet money on Emmett. Hi everyone, also the group full. I think V just filled it up, but we may have people dropping throughout, so. I would be prone to agree, Infinite, yeah.
Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Erechthonios made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. It was but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Erechthonios himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus' magic fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? I heard it calling to him. I heard it twice now, in fact. As I thought, someone was trying to warn Erechthonios. But whom? Could it have been one of the keywords? Alas, their warning arrived too late. I have already provoked Erechthonios past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. My stubbornness could but scorn the boy. Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandemonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Erechthonios is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that we will not easily lose sight of him. He will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. La Habrea, pray, tell us all you know, what we shall find beyond the Abyssos. Can only assume the one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandemonium is called Tartarus, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving far past the threshold. That, I expect, is where Elios shall shine. His dissolute aether shall allow him to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it with Hephaestus when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure.
Raven, welcome back! Oh my god, thank you for the $5. Throws money at you aggressively. Another drink! Another one!
The time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success. I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erechthonios. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erechthonios' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema, you act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe? You refuse to acknowledge it. I do acknowledge it, wish only to spare those that feel it still great pain. Feel it still greater pain. Did you mean to protect Erechthonios with that same silence?
How dare you?
No. You are right. The blame for Erechthonios' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well. I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low.
Double brooms! Double brooms and two!
The remaining keyword is Igdistis. She has served in Pandemonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless, even amongst the keywords. Hephaestus knows that his losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means.
Adrian, good to glad to have you.
But your presence makes a mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your aether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Igdistis. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with the ground on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As for the internment, I've yet to think of a foolproof method. Internment shall not be necessary. From here, I can sense Igdistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hedgemon. She has been transfigured, such that barely a scantling of herself remains. You can but take comfort in what a mercy the underworld will be to her. Abyssos, the seventh circle, now accessible.
I had a good nap and now I have some hot cocoa. Ooh, hot cocoa sounds good. Should get some hot cocoa. I see we got a Chris. Hell yeah, hot cocoa, let's go! Yeah. Goon voice? Goon voice? I do not know what character that is, Tam. You'll have to explain it to me. Okay, so far, 4 hours in and we're on fight 7. We're making okay time. I don't think I'm gonna make it to 8, but we're making okay time. And there are not a lot of side distractions. Oh, Titan AE! I haven't watched Titan AE in like 20 years, man. That is a bad way to go. Hemethioi, Igdistis. Man, someone on the team for this game really loves Berserk. If you know, you know. Awesome, Winged. I'm glad you did. If you see these and you don't think of Berserk, I don't know what to say.
Is this what became of the keyword? How dreadful.
If you will not leave, then you shall become mine. I am Odysseus. Yes, and this is my vessel. I have been gifted new test subjects. The light shall blind.
Whoops. I've done this fight, you'd think I would know that one by now.
Perhaps you require more room for heroics.
Oh, I love the chain spells are from La Habrea. I didn't even notice that in past. Yeah, we're gonna get hit by that. That's not gonna go well. I was like, no one was running, and I'm like, am I crazy? Okay, I'm gonna focus up and make sure that you guys can know where to go for those. Focus on rezzing. Tanks have plenty of mit. Healing up everyone.
I sense a convergence of Aether. Beware what they may spawn.
The proto-behemoths are AoEs, circle AoEs. Burbs fire in a straight line from where they're angled. Oh, right, you gotta get corners. I'm so used to that being, like...
Leave to me to my research, or become.
I shall give you ground on which to fight, but you must move deftly.
Sorry, guys. What animals we get? We're getting burbs. We're getting burbs. towers to soak. Oh boy. Hopefully that doesn't get you dust. Hey, good job, guys. Oh, winged. I haven't thought about that in a while. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that when we get back to it. Night, Tracy. Final Fantasy 14 Night Wish.
The moment Isdistis was slain, the flow of aether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here.
Sorry, give me a second. I need to eat something really quick. Okay.
This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a keyword would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo.
If only I could restore Tartarus to order. But I'm afraid this is the most I can manage, with such power as remains to me. It has been too long, Master Lahabrea.
Likewise, keyword Igdistis. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spell, even as diminished as you were.
It was not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotion that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus, I am able to appear before you now. Even my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' command. Some small part of my logical mind stood alone, in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report,
That was you.
doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I've called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying farewells. There's something you must know. The tragedies of the past do not repeat themselves in the present. Forgive me, for I am about to do what I am about to do, Master Lahabrea, but the story must be told. It is the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erechthonios. No longer can you hide your heart away.
Hephaestus.
No, the mask marks him as Lahabrea. Master Lahabrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erechthonios?
My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so. Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erycthonios believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He cannot bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what is to come to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools to be used and discarded. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parent's shadow.
Labre really needed a shower. Yeah. Could use a bit of a haircut.
Erycthonios loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word, a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Erycthonios, I hope. Thank you, Igdistus. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final key ward has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are fit to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear.
Don't forget to do all the YouTube things. You know the ones. Like, subscribe, hit the like button, punch it a second time, realize you need to punch it a third time because now you've unpunched it. You know, that kind of thing.
It was Erycthonios' hatred of his father that caused him to fall victim to Hephaestus' magics, yet the root of that hatred was born from his son's love. A love nurtured not by a mother caring for her offspring, by researchers creating the ideal test subject. Pandemonium abounds with demons indeed.
Oh, yep, can't pass you lead. Oh, I can't do it yet.
Igdistus was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments, that she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side.
Remote. Thank you, V, for taking care of getting all the peeps. Lick the like button. Got it. She's really life. Rolls need on pizza.
The vision you saw told the story far more eloquent.
Also, Raven, let me know when the bath bombs arrive. They have been sent. Do not eat the crystals inside. They will make you sick.
Athena was consumed. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I see. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erycthonios could handle the weight of such betrayal after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long.
Yeah, okay, he doesn't specifically explain why he's using her.
Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating hemithelioi. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we return to Eorzean to safety, in accordance with Ecdistus' last wish. Very well. I can at least assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandemonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to find refuge, the Black Heart of Tartarus, where Athena built her testing compound. We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. La Brea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Elio's phantom warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartarus would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There is no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it then that you have no intent to seal him away as before. The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together. Abyssos, the 8th circle, now accessible.
Y'all talking about I had chicken tikka masala samosas. Oh, dude, that sounds amazing. Don't eat the bath bombs, yeah. Also, I got some of the new flavors. So the healer, the healer bath bombs are in the work. The scholar is grape soda. White mage is like vanilla bean. Sage is pina colada, and Ast is butterscotch. So those are all in the work right now. Check the floor on next fight.
If Hephaestus truly means to continue Athena's research, then Eorzean is indispensable to his goals. He is safe, but for how much longer I cannot say. The end is in sight. Return to me safely, friend.
Sage isn't sage flavored. Well, they're all supposed to be semi-fruity to some extent. And like, I don't know. I'm gonna say it. I hate lavender, and I hate like the amount of like old lady bath places that only sell like, I want my fucking pineapple slices. I want my pina colada. I want it all. No, but like there is a absolute glut of stuff like sage scented bath bombs, but there is a absolute dearth of this stuff I do. I'll say it, I hate lavender. Gasps in lavender. Yes, Infinite, they will. Bum, bum, bum. Ah, yes, the fight where they definitely didn't play a bunch of Resident Evil. Particularly in the Savage version.
Eorzean is mine, heart and soul, and with your death, none will be left to stop me.
What if, and hear me out, we just voiced all raids? Perfect imperfection, Hephaestus. Oh, I see the red now. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Normalize the raids being poised. Yeah. Yep, that's Woodson. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
Dragon is the line, a bird is the wing.
Fulgent flame, my servants rise. Out of my sight. Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Oh, that's interesting. It uses the Phoenix model. It uses the Phoenix model. Huh. Like, it doesn't use the Phoenix model from P3, it uses the Phoenix model from Coils.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You will know my rage.
You gotta love how the fucking centaur form thing has, instead of eyes, tentacles. I did not mean to make you stare at his crotch.
In flames embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. From fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight! I shall see my wish fulfilled. You are prey to be consumed.
I'll say the music here is good. I don't feel like it's, for me, it slaps as hard as Scream.
Sear flesh from bone.
Does anybody really like this song? I'm curious. I don't feel like I've ever heard like major support for it. Like, I'm not saying it's not like really good. It's just like, I mean, that next level.
Leave naught but ash in your wake. death. Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
I do love when they come in with the piano like that. Give it a little bit of like the Amra teen jazzy feel.
You will know my rage.
Like when you get an Academia and Amnesis Igniter. Limit break at will.
Who praying before a god?
Good job, guys. If everybody wants to stay for a photo. And yeah, and loot's free for all, so if anyone wants to try to get a minion, I can always get it later. I support Whitestone and Black, yeah. Even this music is a banger, everything La Habre has some tie to it. Yeah. Yeah, the sigils on the floor, yeah, La Habre sigils, yeah. Voice the video card raid. Yeah, definitely Arcadian. Don't forget to, yeah, we all gotta roll on the stuff. That way the chest will disappear. Okay. Well, Des, could you move so that we can see Hephaestus? And also, Crepe, if you want to do your broom. Well, no, good Des, could you like stand to the? Yeah, thank you. Neray and Crepe, could you guys line up? Get us all on the line. There we go. Okay, cool. And hitting it. How absolutely ass would that be to like get everyone set up and then just be like, but just me. And then I will make sure to post these in screenshots after stream. Sweet. How do you really feel, NSK? Okay, awesome job, guys. Only 4 more to go. It's better than it's any right to be, but at the same time, Scream is so much better. Honestly, Tam, that's how I feel about Whitestone Black. And I know Whitestone Black is different.
The chain of events that led to this moment began with my error, when out of mercy I confined you here. Now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over! I see you will not go peacefully.
Bird is always paradisical predicaments.
Even a cast-off would uphold in his pride, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name of Vestal shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambitions and bring Arachthonios' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Arachthonios, he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. You truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate.
My wish?
You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Arachthonios, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I will not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You, who are naught but the bitter dregs of Athena, and I, the very worst of us.
Mother, no. Then who... How do I...
Trust in La Brea and hearken to your heart, Arachthonios.
I hear you. I owe you, and Demas, an apology. Athena, did you ever? In La Brea, I
will have my say! Heroes forge ahead!
How? His mind was mine.
I can't explain. Elio's words reached me through the haze.
They rang loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but with resounding truth. Fuck yeah.
How? When did you master these bonds?
Oh, we've endured much worse.
You worthless! You...
Interesting.
It appears my failures have borne fruit after all.
Raven, don't eat it. It's interesting that it's red because La Habrea's convocation stone is blue. Van Daniels is technically the one that's red.
You did well, son.
Where are we? This face is kind of interesting. You can see an eye, literally just a blinking eye up in space. If you guys have never seen the Savage phase, how many of you guys don't know what the Savage phase for this fight looks like? Because I may pull it up if you guys don't know.
With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return with Erechthonios above. That he would help bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understated his adeptness in the art of internment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feast deserving of praise nonetheless.
Oh, you guys have no clue? Really? Oh my god, I didn't realize so many of you guys didn't. I didn't realize so many of you guys had never seen it before. Okay, we're pulling it up. We're watching it real quick because... So this is what happens when you defeat his first form in Savage. Yep. So... Just, yeah. Too many, yeah. He went full Resident Evil. Yes, exactly, bro. He goes straight full Resident Evil. The eye and everything is, yeah. So again, for those of you who don't know, if you've never looked them up, every raid boss, starting with Omega, every fourth boss has a second form. So, like, Kefka has God Kefka, for instance, or Eden, or we talked about Eden earlier. So when you fought, but even Athena herself has a second form. So after we beat 12, I'll show you guys that, because it's wild. Full RE final boss, yeah. Yeah, Whitestone Black, yeah, it's pretty good. No, the closest we get to seeing La Habrea transform is that, arguably, Ray. If you took like some of the like eyes and stuff out of it, something that form to some extent might be indicative, maybe, of what he might transform into.
I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind. For a blessing, it appears your body is none the worse for wear. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the forces assailing Pandemonium's barriers have ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all?
More or less. We've sealed him away.
I see. Despite his muddled senses, Erechthonios felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course.
It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted.
La Habrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed. It was naught but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away. A mass of aether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end.
I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me? I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here and what drove Athena to act as she did.
I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations we were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fantasy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As the leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with the creation. The weakness of one would be mitigated by the strength of the other, and the result could be something greater than what we had ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Just so. I believe she bore true affection for me, and I was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandemonium was built, and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandemonium, also gave her free rein to conduct whatever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, killed her. I made haste to Pandemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Igdistis to keep watch from Tartarus's vestibule as I ventured deeper within, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, it is best to see with your own eyes.
Dude, the young Ericthonius model looks like a modified version of the kid from Thavnir in 6.1. Is that me? Am I crazy? Did they change this? I swear to God, the original when this came out it was just Ericthonius' normal adult model tied up there. They didn't change that, right? I think I must be mistaken.
You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandemonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me, your face covered. What petty defiance is this?
What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception.
You must have known you could not conceal this from me, from myself and Igdistis forever. As well, you know that I cannot allow it to continue.
Okay, thank you, Castro, so I'm not crazy.
I shall say this but once. Release Ericthonios, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down.
I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time is come, I will have you know the why of it.
Then you will not desist.
Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option.
Feelings of one weigh little against the needs of an entire star.
Of course, of that I am well aware, but you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child.
You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Brea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Brea, and we shall know one another more deeply than ever before. Impossible. You bonded souls. The boundary between us would cease to be. She offered me everything to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I became the memory and mind.
And I thee.
Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am.
Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star!
I love that they're using the AM music because that's kind of semi-relevant. Yep, exact same one, Umino. Yep.
How disappointing. At what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the selfsame fervor.
I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. 'Twas my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and I abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and live only as La Brea.
That's definitely a look.
Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it away within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh.
Forgive my bluntness,
But your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Eorzean and MSQ in particular made plain the suspicion they harbored.
as well they should have.
That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle.
Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think that to one day make use of the knowledge it contained?
I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I never attempted such a feat before.
The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures, prepare a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as husband and father should, yet in truth, he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet for all of that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to others' perspectives. While I was in the thrall to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? What does your heart tell you? I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me, even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw, after all. I'm still not convinced. I've said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I'd sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more. So, before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say, thank you, Hephaestus.
It's different, but it's kind of a beautiful mirror to our moment with Hydaelyn. Or at least, I guess technically, I don't know about all of you guys, but every single time I ever play the MSQ, or even watch the cutscene, I get to the part where Hydaelyn's fading away, and you have an option of what to say to her. Like, I always choose the option that we'll find our way Vana, being able to see her for treating in her last moment, treating her as Vana rather than as Hydaelyn. That just like there's something about that always moves me so much. Recognizing her humanity, even after all she's had to do.
Hephaestus was far more than an imitation of La Habrea. He's quite literally a part of him. But La Habrea to me is a man who thinks of naught but his duty. By casting aside the burden that Hephaestus represented, he shall become ever more himself in a way. I have said all that needs to be said. From this moment forward, I pledge my heart shall not lead me astray. I've heard enough. There is more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to the Pandemonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way.
Always, same. Always call her Vana, team, same, yeah. Remind her who she is and always was, Vana, who saw the world in all its beauty, yeah. It's beautiful sentiment to call them their real name. Yep, totally agree, Relish. Yep, 100%. It's one of the most moving moments in the game for me as a whole. Definitely one of the most moving in Endwar, which is surprising. The reason why Ericthonius needs therapy, the raid series. Yeah, definitely amazed.
We have regained complete control of the facility, but it shall take some time yet until things are in working order. Athena viewed Ericthonius as the ideal test subject. Hephaestus's research must have been very nearly complete to seek him out like he did. I owe you an apology, Elio. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandemonium, I would have never known La Habrea's story. My father's story. It was a tale I too was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Zem upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this he foresaw. I am afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. As long as you retain control of Pandemonium, there is work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facility in Tartarus, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. This is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments, and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are better left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence. This mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I did not consider its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' aether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There is another. Yeah, actually, that's what started this whole adventure. Crystal from your time, crystal appeared before me and some other researchers, and while imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company and Azem was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandemonium. Then why would they not make themselves known even now? No threat remains. Perhaps it was one of the other warders. We shall question them after they are freed.
Oh, good to know, Winged.
That task may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more of from you. Return at your leisure, and we'll share our results then. You've done more than enough for your time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us and continue upon your journey. Or, if you are inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journey smacks of a Zem. As well it should. He has pledged to keep moving until he has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. You might be able to offer further insights. Until then, my friend.
Yeah, I think you may need to do the full turn in first, Winged. But either way, we're already approaching 8, which wasn't my hard cutoff time, but it was kind of my planned cutoff time, and we have not even started Anabasios, which is longer than Abyssos. So I think we may need to finish this off either tomorrow or the next day. I'm also I on the Discord I have a setup event for tomorrow where we were gonna do Mists of the Realm. However, I have a doctor's appointment then, so it may be that we do this, finish this up on Thursday, and then do all of Mists of the Realm on Friday. Because I think also most people will be able to be off because of, it's a Friday. Although I may have to. But we have book club on Friday. Fuck. Well, I'll figure it out. I'd get up real early for Mists of the Realm. Just start doing it 8 a.m. my time. I guess it would be well, we could do it Saturday. The most people would be able to join. So maybe Saturday makes the most sense for Mists of the Realm. Does anyone have any input or thoughts? Do Alliance raids next week, Tuesday, Thursday. That also works. Yeah. I would love to try and do Mists of the Realm in one sitting. And I think if we start early enough, that would be fine. If we started at 2 or 12. Get some rest, Raven. Get some rest. But we still have some, there's still a bit more of this story to go, so we're not quite done yet. Why, if it's in Delio? Excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudian commissioned for his research was lost some time ago, and now we have quite lost track of where he might be.
And to make matters worse, an NGT has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Asioscope, in fact. Please, you must come with me.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Relish. That's awesome. Pandemonium is in the ethereal sea.
What? Is that? Is it real? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Fortunal, just like, it's literally the McGonagall, like, meme. Why is it always you three? And you too, Professor Claudian's assistants, I take it? As you arrived before me, I take it you are involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. Yeah, this fucking guy, unfortunately. Agreed, Relish, yeah. Yeah, Mace, Relish, yeah, definitely. It's like, you can't leave us on that note. And they're like, I indeed assure you we can. While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming.
The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Azys Law, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination.
A rash endeavor, even for Claudian, but he has ever allowed for the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. As for the unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandemonium, was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask you for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded. Very good. Now if you will excuse me, I must praise the forum of what has occurred here.
Oblivion, good to go to have you. Yeah, well, we're about to start wrapping up, actually. 5 hours, over 5 hours in. Okay, who is watching right now, and please, if you're interested, who here is interested in joining in for Anabasios, and who here is interested in joining for Mist of the Realm?
Just when we needed him most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He's even brought a crystal with him. We are left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do Pandemonium's pitiless spires justice. I can only wonder if the facility itself traversed the ages. Then did the creations within do the same? What of the keywords? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I am sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortunal asks and write the report. As for you, Elio, pray, get what rest in your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition.
Okay, hey Luna, good to go and have you. Okay, I'm gonna put a thing here. I'm gonna start a poll. Mist of the Realm. So I just put up a poll. Mist of the Realm on Saturday. Yes or no? Well, depending when they're running. The plan, okay, so the plan would be that we would finish this. We're gonna finish this off on Thursday. We were gonna do Anabasios on Thursday because I've got appointments and stuff all throughout Wednesday. And then we would do Mist of the Realm Saturday. Depending on the day, I could be available for both. I'm on vacation, but I have the errands to run. And the nice thing about it being on Saturday is that people don't have to worry about work. That's my thinking. I think I'm on a different server. Winged, are you on Aether, Primal, or Crystal? Because if you are, you can still play with us. Because if you're on, you don't have to be on the same server. You just have to be on the same region. NA can play with all NA people. EU can play with all EU people. Japan can play with all Japan people. And Oceania can play with all Oceania people. Oh, sorry, Oblivion. Which is actually Thursday and Friday for me. Right, because a bunch of you guys are EU people. Depending on okay, cool. I'll let that sit for a second. Okay, who thinks I should talk to NemGG about her fan fiction before we also call it? Nope, I'm on Chaos. Unfortunate. Should we talk to NemGG about her fan fiction?
I shall do as Master Fortunal commanded and compile our research before sending it before the forum. Paperwork of all manner has been my forte since before I was even a student.
Ah, you're not America. That's this. What's the difference? Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Professor Claudian has asked me to write a detailed records of your investigation. If you wouldn't mind staying for a while, I would ask you to tell me more of your adventures in the past. Adventuring that started with a mysterious crystal seemingly containing a message declaring a crisis in Pandemonium. Of course, Professor Claudian will eventually make a report, but we are deficient on concrete facts at present. To that end, I suppose comprehensive catalog of the beasts you encountered in the Asphodelos circle would be a fine starting point. Yes, I require every gory detail, every hair-raising description.
NemGG, I brought you the volumes you asked for, but are you quite certain we need all of this just to research the crystals? Some of these habitats of aquatic life forms and myths and folklore of the Phoenix, for example, seem to have little bearing on the subject. In fact, many of these tomes seem to be related to the creatures of Pandemonium Elio spoke of. Surely we have better things to do with our time. Elio has already encountered and subdued them, so what use could further insight offer?
On the contrary, Rusino, we would be remiss in our duties as academics not to take every opportunity to learn more of these subjects. To view the creatures of bygone times through the lens of modern science is a dream so few of us have had the chance to achieve. Of course, I'll not deny a personal interest in the matter.
As I thought. While there were enough relevant volumes for me to fulfill your request this once, if you wish to sate your appetite for knowledge again, might you do so on your own time?
Shall we proceed? Tell me everything you remember, and please spare not a single detail. I don't easily frighten, you may be assured. We might start with your battle with the transformed warder, Eric Thonios, was it? I would also like to hear of the keyword and the nature of his metamorphosis.
Yeah, straight up AC. Okay, well, if we start from the beginning, then...
Good. Thank you for this priceless information. While I'm disappointed I couldn't behold your foes with my very own eyes, your stories have given me more than enough to write sufficiently thorough descriptions. Perhaps we should also include the basic theories concerning the growth and behavior of these creatures. It would give our little catalog some flavor, wouldn't you agree? We could start with I have it! Aquatic life forms in our time have been observed to grow to sizes that are orders of magnitude larger than their larval forms. In fact, it may not be so preposterous to posit that the hippocampus you encountered was merely a larval form of a much more massive and, dare I say, horrific entity! Now, don't look at me like that. I'm some mad magus. Breakthroughs have always been precipitated by even wilder theories than that. As the professor always says, we mustn't let logic stand in the way of brilliance. Until proven one way or another, every hypothesis is a valid one. Nah, there's nothing quite like the ambrosia of inspiration.
Are we making records or fairy tales?
So long as I make a note in the margins of my records indicating that a theory is unproven, we can let our imaginations run wild. Yes, I said ours. You needn't be a researcher to have an idea that will leave a mark on its mark for generations.
Pandemonium Asphodelos Savage, now accessible. Cryptozoologist MGG, yeah, straight up. Journey Myth the Realm saved me from doing AR re-clears. There you go, Crip.
I shall do as...
Okay, now it's the Abyssos.
Elio, may I have a moment? If you would be so inclined, I would very much like to hear the story of your battle in Abyssos and Tartarus. While I have no difficulty producing reports from the forum with a general summation of events, I could use some help with the finer details for the records, you know?
For the records, you say? Come now, be honest and admit it's not to sate your own curiosity. I've seen the tomes you've left scattered about the laboratory, bestiaries of creatures both real and imagined.
I will not, and I dare say should not, deny an intellectual stake in the matter, but surely Elio will understand that thorough recounting will help Professor Claudian's research as well. Now then, whenever you're ready.
Okay, if we want to start from the beginning, then.
Fascinating. As you say, the savage creation you encountered in Abyssos bears more than a few similarities to a carbuncle. Could it be that the arcane entities we know now had their origins in ancient times? Just as curious, was your story of the keyword who was melded with the tree of legend? Where do the limits of the hemitheoid creation process lie, I wonder? And how do such creatures even survive once melted?
As expected, you cannot help yourself from asking even more questions. What purpose would such knowledge serve?
Oh, person, no. One day you too shall develop a keen interest of researcher. Then you shall understand that it is impossible not to wonder once the spark of imagination has been struck. Elio's stories have already set several theories stirring in my mind, and I feel even more bubbling just under the surface. Take Hephaestus, for example. It would not be a great leap to assume that he studied at length the regenerative and death-defying properties of the phoenix, and that is just the tip of the proverbial berg.
You are free to exercise your imagination all you like, but need I remind you, these reports are meant to be submitted to Master Fortunal himself. I implore you to exercise restraint.
Professor Claudian would have encouraged me, you know. He thrives on theories and imagination, but I do understand your point, Rusino. If I were to submit such a report to Master Fortunal, I would soon thereafter be forced to write a formal apology.
To be fair, he doesn't look like someone you'd want to make mad.
I was hoping you'd be more supportive, Elio. Very well. I shall include only conjecture that is directly relevant to the concernings of the report. Now, I should set ink to paper and let the wonder of my theory guide my hand. Within reason, of course. Yet I cannot help but dream ever larger. There are no bounds to what the man can imagine, and if there are, let us both strive to find them, Elio!
Pandemonium Abyssos Savage, now accessible.
MGG never turned out to be a sundered soul. Yeah. MGG's one of a kind. Okay, I'm gonna return to the tea tree then for today. Ray Ray or V, are either of you? Ray Ray's here. V, are you still here? If one of you guys could start hitting up the final things. Hi guys. Want to come join our community, our lovely, lovely community where we talk about lore and play Final Fantasy together? Even if you are not in NA, we have plenty of people who are in EU who would love to play with you. And also, hopefully, someday soon, now that the tech technically does exist, there will be server travel. I have questions. And therefore, like, full-on server travel, and that way we will all be able to play together. But until then, join our Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. Also, would you like to support us, get your name in the banner above my head, as well as the end of videos, you can give us money over at patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. You can also do it with super chats here, but that also works. It goes a long way to making the channel more sustainable, and it's much appreciated. Friendly reminder that we're going to be wrapping this up on Thursday. That Thursday, America time. Yeah, America time. So it will be the 25th, we will be wrapping up this, and the 27th, we will be doing Myths of the Realm. That will be a whole bunch of fun. I would love if we could get 24 people from Myths of the Realm. I don't think that's likely, but I think we'll try to see if we can get as many as we can. Wow, there's a T community? Where do I sign up? Hello, Elio. Hello, Infinite. Infinite, are you at the tree? No. Well, there's Lilm. Hey, Lilm! There's a V. There's V. Where? Infinite hiding somewhere? Comb GG is a legit love. Oh my god. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support at patreon.com, patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. Thank you, V. If you enjoyed the stream and are a member of Discord, why not come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. Thank you, V. We have a TFC on Crystal Curl. If you would like to join our FC, we would love to have you. Also, right now, Crystal is not congested, so I'm just saying, if you have no necessary reason to not teleport over, you could always consider coming over to going to Curl and hanging out with a bunch of us. No coke for you to say. No worries. Okay, before we head off, though, for the night, who wants to see the boy? I'm going to see if I can get the boy. And for those of you who don't know who the boy is, you're about to have a good time. Apple. Apple. Very cool. One, two, here. Good job. Oh, that's a good boy. Join the Discord. Awesome, Wings. Good to have you. We'll definitely talk about lore. Also, Wing, don't forget that. General recommendation, people. If you want to talk to me about a lore point, I don't always check the Discord every day because I'm, a lot of times busy. If you have something you specifically want to talk about to me for some reason or want a thought on, whatever, you can always at me in the Discord. Just do @Elio Force Run will pop up, and it'll be a lot easier for me to see. So if there's ever like a lyrical lore thing or a discussing a video thing. Doggo. Also, don't forget to check out our sister channel. Yes, don't forget to check our sister channel, Final Fantasy XIV Archived. Right now, Ray is almost at 1,000 subs, and also, we're just trying to give you time up so that you can make a couple bucks off of that. Okay. Any final thoughts? Any final bits and bobs? Because if not, I'm gonna start heading out here. It's been lovely playing with you guys today. Oh no. Oh no, what is Infinite trying to... Oh, it's actually bubble chocolate. It's not Coke this time. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the chocolate. Okay. Haha. Okay. I'm headed out here, guys. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thanks so much for hanging out, and I will see you at minimum on Thursday. We should have a short that's coming out tomorrow on Wednesday. Right now, videos are in production. I have a new editor that I'm working with to try and we're working on creating a process so that we can get full-length videos that work together, but we're trying to figure out all of that process together. Hopefully, though, that will bode well for the future. But yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the evening, and I will see you guys very, very soon. Bye-bye. Where's the button? There's the button.